out okay. Looks good there. Boom. Pow. All right. So stay tuned. We'll see if some fish take some baits. As far as water temperatures go, it's about 57 degrees out here. Um, it's about 41, 42. Hey, Palmetto Cats. What's up, little feller? I hope you're doing good. Um, it's not exactly cold. It's not exactly warm. A bunch of people jumping in there. Hey, guys. Um, there's no wind, which is nice. Matter of fact, some of those fish I just showed that I thought were hybrids, I just seen one bust right here on the top. So yeah, it's not exactly cold, not exactly hot. It's decent. There's no wind. The wind's laid down, and it's comfortable fishing. I got a small drift sock out to control the angle and speed of the boat, and yeah, so we're gonna see what can happen here. Um, Sitting in 50 feet of water right now. So a bunch of people chiming in. Hey guys, I know somebody was telling me that I haven't done lives in a while, so somebody was telling me, I think it may have been Palmetto Cats that's in here. He does a bunch of live stuff that they kind of changed some of the dynamic on what happens with live feeds and who it's sent out to and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, I haven't done any in a while, so we'll see. But a bunch of people are showing up now, so there you go. Yeah, got questions rolling in from people. It's nice to do some of these. I was going to do some from the studio, but I figured it's a fishing channel, so I might as well do some while I'm out. So my inclination is here, I'm not going to catch a lot of fish. I'm feeling like I'm not going to get really bit. I don't feel like I'm fishing an area that holds a lot of fish. What I'm looking for is some of these bigger fish. Let me show you this picture on the sonar real quick. Get that back up where it's full screen. There's a lot of life in here. A lot of life in here. It's a lot of life. As you can tell down here in the bottom, there's school of bait, probably alewives or small this year's hatch, threadfin. This above it, that streak, is most likely hybrids zipping along through there. Maybe spotted bass. And then you got some kind of predator underneath there. Hoping that's a catfish, and we get a look at it. Same thing probably happened over here. Some suspended fish, probably either spots or hybrids. Usually, though, that's kind of a good looking hybrid signal there. Now, sadly, back into the holder, I am not fishing for any of those fish today. I'm dragging for catfish. Some of my fishing buddies here, and I'm on Lake Norman, by the way, which is just north of Charlotte, North Carolina. So any of my striper fishing buddies, PM me. I'll let you know where I'm at exactly. Some of you, if you fish up here a lot, will be able to pick it off just from some of the surroundings. But there's some hybrids in here. So I'm hoping to pick off some of the fish that are around there. So sometimes with the catfish, they're in and around some of these same areas. These these fish get, you know, the hybrids and stuff school up and can bust up some of these, schools, and the catfish will feed on the scraps, and sometimes they feed on the fish that are feeding on the bait fish. And that's one thing with, catfish, because there's just apex predators. They can eat anything out there. Good morning, guys. A bunch of people out here. Who was that a minute ago that said something funny? I'm vicariously living through you right now. Hope you catch a pig. Your window was open. Thank you, sir. That's kind of the reason I wanted to do it, fishing, to sit in the studio, because, some people are stuck at home, stuck in an office. I had somebody one time that was in the hospital watching one of my videos and sent me a screenshot of it, which I thought was really cool. So, yeah, live vicariously through me. And you can do it warm, sitting in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, because it's a little chilly. But like I said, we don't have any wind out here this morning, and that's making it a lot more tolerable. And one interesting things here I'm seeing on the screen, and we'll see if they bite. I'll show you this. Is underneath this bait ball here, which that's what this is. Like I said, probably threadfin or alewives in here. You've got something underneath it. Now that could be hugging the bottom like that. I want to say it's catfish. Why? Well, because I'm fishing for them. These are most likely not catfish. These are most likely either spotted bass or hybrid bass up there, which is stripers and white bass. And then some other fish on the fringes. So like I said, we're just hoping to get some of those that are on the fringe of that. And I've got the baits out for it. I've got the perch, the cut bait, like I said, on the Hellcat rods back here. And on the Big Cat Fever trolling rods. I got some chicken, just in case we got fish in there feeding on chicken. So we're gonna see what happens. I put out a podcast recently and was talking about in there not getting locked into fishing like one certain area. And one of the things I've seen the past couple of days on guide trips, fishing on Lake Wiley, we had a lot of fish that were being caught near the banks in 10 or 15 feet of water. And you know, we were dragging fishing deeper water and moved shallower, and that's where we ended up catching the fish. I think we had one fish in 3 days, 3 straight days of guide trips that was right near the river channel. And what I mean by that in a river channel, just so to clear this up for people, I'm fishing on a reservoir. This is a man-made lake. It's on a river that was dammed up. And what that means is, when you look at the topographic map, you will see an area in there that is the old riverbed, where it's, you know, basically flat, and then it gets deeper where the river is. So when I say I'm fishing the river channel, it's that area around that deeper water right there. So that's kind of a little explanation there. How do you like the new rain gear? Well, I'm trying it again today. I've wore it on several trips. It's made by Grundens, which is, they got a name on here somewhere. There it is. It's really good. You know, it's not cheap. I will say that. I had some people on my guide trip yesterday that had some of the Frog Talk stuff that I wear. Still got the suits. I think they make great suits. That stuff is a lot more affordable. This stuff is Gore-Tex, and it's really nice. They saw one of my videos on rain gear. They were heartbroken that I didn't have any Grunden stuff in there. So they sent me this Gore-Tex rain suit and these rubber boots, and it's nice. It's comfortable. It does have the one thing, I'll show you as I move my camera out of the way. The one thing that the Frog Talk doesn't have, which makes it more affordable, it doesn't have this nylon liner in it. There's this little nylon liner in here that the bigger suits have, like the Bass Pro Shops 100 mile an hour suit and the guide wear. And it's a little layer of protection in there, just a little more. It's not really an insulated jacket. I use this as an outer shell to keep the rain and the wind off of me. Same thing I do with the Frog Talk jackets and suits. And yeah, it's working good. The boots are the best part. I'm gonna do a video on those things. I've still got the extra tough boots. Wore them this morning. The cool thing about extra tough boots is you can slip them on and off like a pair of flip-flops or just easy to wear shoes. I keep them at the house near the door. Like this morning, it was raining, was able to run out to the boat, come back in, slip them right off. The thing with the Grundens rubber boots, I'll show you. I forgot I can move a camera. That's these here. And they're only coming up that high. They're little ankle boots. The thing is, they secure to your ankle a lot better than the extra tough boots. So they're, for walking around on the boat, they're a lot more comfortable. So I think there's a place for both of those shoes. I'm not throwing my extra tough boots in the trash by any means. So they work good, and I like them. So yeah, there's the answer to your question there. Very in-depth answer, I know. Boom, boom, see what's in there. Sorry, you asked me a question, it takes 20 minutes to answer. It's just the way I am. We're rolling a little bit deeper, coming off this little point here. They're still fishing here. I'm gonna show you guys again. Boom. You know, there's some fish up above this stuff. These almost, some of these, there's some activity with these. These fish are moving through the cone. These here may just be sitting there suspended, but there's bait underneath them. More bait down here, so we just ain't seeing. Could be a catfish or share. I don't have my down scan on. Looks like there's separation from the bottom. So there we go. Hey, Patriot Catfishers of America. How are you doing, buddy? No, I am on Lake Norman, of all places. And actually, you've got some bobbers I was thinking about putting out. Let's show these real quick. Actually, They're buried somewhere else, but those Patriot bobbers, was actually thinking about pulling some today. I haven't done it yet, but if these fish are suspended, the fish I'm seeing so far, I haven't seen anything that looks like catfish suspended, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. No bites yet. I started way back up there on a point and have been slowly trolling out through here. Got a small drift sock out, and like I said, there's no real wind to drive me, and we're just doing, you know, about 0.5 through here, trying to see if there is anything magical in this super deep water. Got my little remote control for my trolling motor. It's double check and make sure I don't forget anything. Most of the time when I'm fishing here on Norman, I'm fishing up in the creek arms further. I'm actually coming right out to the main river channel right now, so it's going to get into some even deeper water up here. But it's a, you know, I've been wanting to do this. I've been wanting to try this, and Lake Norman is a huge lake. I think 33,000 acres, something like that. It is the largest man-made lake inside of North Carolina. And hey there, Creole Catfish, and thank you for the kind donation there to the channel. Mucho gracias, much appreciated. I appreciate that, brother. Which reminds me, Creole, we had some Cajun seasoning on some chicken that my wife made last night, so how appropriate. That stuff was good, but it, like, when she's cooking in the whole kitchen, like, it's filled with exhaust, and it makes you like sneeze the cayenne pepper and stuff in your nose. Anyway, I digress. Thank you again for that. Much appreciated. Do you ever fish the Yadkin River chain of lakes? Michael's asking. No, and honestly, that was on my mind last night. I actually thought I may head over there, and I may do that this week, to be perfectly honest, just to try something different. I'd like to hit some different lakes, and got some ideas for some videos on some of the different lakes. Yadkin's got some great fishing on. It's got some great fish. Home to the previous North Carolina state record that Eric Fincher caught out there for a blue cat, which has been horribly eclipsed since then. But yeah, it's a good chain of lakes. A lot of good fishing over there. Man, we're not even getting a sniff. There's a lot of arches. We're getting out here deeper and deeper. We're into about 60 feet of water now. So see what happens. I just want to say I've learned a lot from you, and thank you for sharing your videos. Who's that? That's Freak Monkey. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you watching. Appreciate the kind words. And yeah, that kind of stuff keeps me motivated. What is that from? I seen a Mac Byram comment. Patriot Catfishers of America is asking a Mac Byram dragon. Yes, sir. I am in Mac Byram territory. Put in the boat at Little Creek Access area, right near Mac's house, the Lake Norman legend. And yeah, I'm right near here trying to, got some chicken over here. There's no garlic on it like he used, just plain chicken. So I'm trying that. Almost went fishing today. I've got some, and keep your eyes out for this video. Somebody sent me some Asian carp bait that had been packaged. And I've got a short here on YouTube up about it, so you can check that out and see it. I'm gonna do a side-by-side. Right now though, the bite is not, I wanna try it when the bite's halfway consistent, so we can, you know, like today, if I don't catch any fish, what am I gonna blame it on? I mean, it could be where I'm fishing, could be the day, could be how deep. But if I had a decent pattern, I wanna try that stuff out. It is a packaged Asian carp bait. They're cut in little chunks. Some of it's flavored, seasoned, so keep your eyes out for that. Muddy River Catfishing. What's up, brother, out there in beautiful New Mexico? I bet it's a little warmer. Of course, y'all get cold nights too. That's the thing. I was in Phoenix, which is desert too. New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, they're all the same to us from the East Coast. When do I start anchoring? Almost did it this morning. When I pull out of my driveway, I can turn right or left, and I can go in two different directions for fishing. And then if I go left, I've got about a 20-minute or 10-minute drive, and I make another decision on where I'm going. I actually brought some bigger rigs, some Carolina rigs with some bigger hooks. Was thinking about anchoring up and putting out some baits today. To answer your question, I don't totally switch over. I will drift and drag baits all winter long, depending on what the conditions are. For this area here, fishing 60, 70 feet of water, I don't want to work that hard to anchor a boat. Any of y'all that fish from a boat in that deep of water know how much effort that takes. And I don't know if spot locking would be the best way to go here. So I decided to just go this route and drag some baits. But yeah, I was thinking about this morning, if it would have been a little bit colder, I think we would have had better water releases out of some of the dams, typically in the mornings. It's a great time to get out here and anchor up. You may see me doing that tomorrow, and honestly, if I get out here tomorrow and I'm able to fish, I may go live doing that. I like doing it when I've got a specific narrow area that I'm targeting, or B, we're in river current and it's a nice easy anchor, as you would say, one anchor, toss it and forget it and your anchor's set. When I really don't know exactly where the biting fish are, that's when I'm doing drifting, trolling, dragging, whatever you want to call it. Today it's totally trolling. It's just I'm using a battery powered motor, trolling motor to do it. So hopefully that answered your question. The short answer is anytime. I may do it. I was gonna say I may do it before the day's over. Probably won't do it today, but we'll do it. Be doing it here soon. Raised Outdoors, Arkansas. What's the water temperature? I'm gonna say we're warmer than you are in Arkansas. 56.9 is what it is here this morning. So it's chilly, but not cold. Our water temperature will get down into the 40s. Our bite will start to go downhill then, but we're in what I call the sweet zone right now. Here into about mid-January, late January, depending on how cold it gets. This is the time to really get a bigger fish. You're gonna eliminate a lot of the smaller fish, the channel catfish, that kind of stuff, and you got a better shot at hitting a bigger fish, and that's kind of what I'm doing today. Some of these baits I've got out, I know y'all watch some of y'all that watch my videos, you see the chick and the small pieces. I've got that on the Big Cat Fever trolling rod, but I've got some big chunks, palm-sized chunks of bait on this side. So there you go. Somebody was asking about bumping. No, I played around a little bit. I think you really, because I'm on a reservoir system here, and you need a consistent water flow. We don't have that here. I can play around with it a little bit and then kind of try to figure it out, and then boom, they turn the water off at the dam, and then you're done bumping for the day. So we don't have a consistent water flow. I'd like to get good at it, but we just don't have the big rivers and the constant flow systems like you guys on the Missouri River, Mississippi River, that kind of stuff. I just don't have I don't have enough water flow to develop the skill set, and it's a complicated skill set. Any of you guys that do it know that. If you haven't done it, it's not as easy as just floating down the river, bouncing your bait along the bottom. It is a very, very, at least from my understanding of it and what I've seen and a little bit I've done, there's a magic combination of a lot of different factors that come into play with the speed of the water, and then where you're keeping your boat, how deep your water is, how big a sinker you need to be using to maintain bottom contact, be able to lift it, blah, 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 blah. A whole different set of fishing rods to do it with. You need something that's line sensitive. It's one place where I would switch over to braid. Y'all hear me harp on using monofilament. Everything I got on here is Andy line, Andy monofilament 30 pound. If I was bottom bouncing, I would do like I do with my perch and crappie rods right here. That's one that's wrapped up and hung up in something. Imagine that, a double hook rig that's hung into something on the side of the boat. I've got braided line on these things because I want to feel the bottom. I want to feel what's going on. So yeah, everything's twisted around in here because funny thing this morning. Now, though, first I want to say, where's that at? Bobcat Outdoors, thank you, appreciate it. Great to see you live. Consider this a down payment on a trip with you someday. Awesome, dude. I hope you're able to make it. We've been truly blessed by God above with all the guide trip stuff. It was a spinoff, honestly, from COVID. I've always been guiding, but kind of on the side, kind of on the low down. Didn't have a captain's license, but I have a captain's license now. I'm a registered Coast Guard captain. Got all that done during COVID, and the guide business blew up just because, well, people were sitting at home not doing anything. So it made it a lot easier, and it's been crazy now. There's a lot of y'all have reached out, and it's just honestly kind of hard to get it scheduled in around everything. I always tell people if you can fish during the week, you got a better chance of fishing than you do on the weekends. The weekends get gobbled up. So, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. There's a bunch of questions. Throw them back in. Don't be ashamed to throw them back in twice because I get to yakking and miss them. So Scrolling back through, down. Bobcat has bumping down to a science. Yeah, it's a. Uh, I'd like to learn it. In the perfect world, the Tyson Chicken Company would sponsor me, and I'd go travel the country and fish with some people trying my chicken bumping, and on the boat with some people that know what they're doing, so I could learn how to do it to see if chicken will catch fish bumping. I don't know if it'd be a good bait for that. I think chicken is very much oriented toward lakes that have mollusks and clams and mussels in them. So, by the way, we can give you the rundown yesterday. I think we had 10 fish yesterday, and 7 came on chicken. Fished white perch side by side, fresh perch. This isn't frozen. These suckers were flipping and flopping whenever I cut them open. So yeah, it won yesterday. The day before, I think we had an even split. I think it was 4-4. And so the day before that, chicken won again. So anyway. Do you know if North Carolina waters have skipjack? No, they do not. Skipjack are in the western side of the Continental Divide, all the water that flows into the Mississippi. Tennessee River has them. Tennessee River flows into that. They're over there. We don't have them. There's Santee Cooper area. There's some river run herring that are similar, that make a run up, a spawning run up, come through the locks into the Santee Cooper chain. But yeah, we don't have them here. So they do work. I have had people bring them up here. Just checking some rods behind me. Get my gloves up. I've had some people bring some on some guide trips, and they work. They'll catch fish. They're not a cure-all. Technically, they're illegal to use in South Carolina for bait. The way the law is written there, the way it's intended and the way it's written is two different things. You can't use fish that are not established in the waterway, dead or alive. It doesn't differentiate between the two. But in South Carolina, technically, you can't use skipjack for catfish bait. So when you're on Lake Wiley, you have to straddle the line and know where the line is right down the river channel. So, which is a whole feat within itself when you're a fishing guide and you got people buying licenses. So I wish they'd fix that. But that's a podcast and a live feed for a different day. Somebody asked about Hartwell a minute ago. I don't, and somebody sent me some pictures of some nice fish caught down there the other day. Again, it's one of those lakes. Every time I go down Interstate 85 from Charlotte to Atlanta or back, and I cross over into Georgia, I look at it like I said, I need to come down here and fish it. I know it's got a lot of standing timber, a lot of trees. It's a big striper lake, a lot of stripers in there. But there's also some big flatheads in that lake. And part of that's because of the standing timber and everything that's in there, that it makes it a good little place. And one of those places, like any place with standing timber, it's hard to fish. It's a deal where just dealing with the timber, you got to figure out a way to work around it. And the only place I've dealt with that has been Lake Monticello, which is outside of Columbia, South Carolina. And they've got trees in there that are 60, 70 feet tall. So, yeah. Let's just see what else we got in here. Boom, boom. Do you have American shad? Bobcat's asking. We do have American shad. They're mostly down toward the eastern part of the state. The thing we've got up here where we're at is threadfin shad, gizzard shad, and we got what they call an alewife, which is similar to a blueback herring, but they're a little bit different. So, but they look exactly the same. So, when you come into Kerr Lake again, funny you asked that. They say you ran into you at the McDonald's. Okay, I remember that. I seen the sticker on your boat or something. That came over and talked to you. You probably thought this is a funny story with this one with the Josh at this Josh guy. I was up there filming something at a race, and I was at a McDonald's, grabbed a coffee, and there's this catfish boat I seen pull in, or truck or something. And I said, this guy is into catfish. I can tell by the stickers. And I was trying when I started talking to him, and I think he thought I was some weirdo begging for money or something. But then I introduced myself, and yeah, I was like, okay, cool. So, Kerr Lake, I want to get back up there. I was thinking about that this morning. Last time I was up there, it was a day like today. I seem like I go up there all the time in the winter. Now's the time, I think, to be up there fishing. You could catch a world record fish out of that lake. You could catch the next blue cat world record out of that. Out of every major fishery in the country, I truly believe Kerr Lake has the highest percentage of catching a new world record. So I think that fish is swimming in the lake, to be perfectly honest. So I want to get back up there. It's a little bit of a drive, but it's beautiful up there, and not as developed as this lake here, which has a house on every lot on it. There's a lot of open ground there on Kerr Lake, and a wonderful fishery. I love that it's away and somewhat remote. Not really remote, but it's not next to a major municipality like this lake, so it doesn't get as pressured. But it's a big lake. It's a huge lake, and it's on the North Carolina-Virginia border. The cool thing there is you can catch a new North Carolina state record out of that thing too, if you're technically fishing in the North Carolina arm of it. So great lake, great fishery up there. Good morning from North Mississippi. Good luck. Love the live stream. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Wiley borders North Carolina, South Carolina. Michael's asking. Yeah. So it does have a set of rules and regulations for what it's going to be. Yeah. Here's the thing about Lake Wiley. Y'all see me fish there a lot. Right outside of Charlotte. It's downstream from this lake. There's a small lake in between here and Lake Wiley. And it's on the North Carolina, South Carolina line for about 50% of it. And literally there is no reciprocal agreement. Reciprocal, that's a big word. In other words, you have to have a separate license for each state. It's an old piss and match from way back in the day, and over where the license money went to, so they can't come to agreement. Virginia and North Carolina, if I go fish Kerr Lake, I can use my North Carolina license, no problem. South Carolina, if you've got a South Carolina license, you can fish Clark's Hill Reservoir, which is on the Georgia-South Carolina line, you're fine. North Carolina and South Carolina got an age-old disagreement about this thing, and you have to have a license for both states. So, and yes, the regulations get sketchy and tricky because where you possess your fish, your bait, is dependent on which rules apply to you. So I'll give you an example. If you're fishing in North Carolina, the North Carolina side of the lake, I can use any bait that I can catch. Game fish, I can use largemouth bass, striper, whatever, as long as it meets the creel limit and length limit. South Carolina, you can't do that. So, poof, there's a problem. On the North Carolina side of the lake, there is a length and creel limit on blue catfish. There is not a length and creel limit on the South Carolina side. So, Southeastern Catfish Club, for example, great tournament series. They fish out of Buster Board Landing. When you come to that landing, all your rules need to be designed around possessing those fish at that boat round. That's really what you kind of need to design it around, because that is where you're going to be coming in, taking your boat out of the water, taking your fish, that kind of thing. So now, can you have crappie on the boat that you're using for bait in South Carolina? Sure, you can have the crappie on the boat as long as they're legal, but you can't be using them for bait when you're in South Carolina. Now, you could go across the line in North Carolina and use them, catch a tournament winning fish, and then come back over to the South Carolina side with the fish. You'd be legal. So it's complicated. Now, the opposite, if they were doing this out of another ramp that's in North Carolina, you would be under the impact of the possession rules in those places, which is 2 fish over 32 inches, I think is what it is. So I never keep fish that big, so I don't even worry about it. But yeah, you'd be under those rules there. In South Carolina, you're not. So again, complicated question, complicated answer for a very simple question, but I figure I'd throw it out there. So there we go. So if we put it in North Carolina and go over the line at Wiley, how do they know if bait is from the other side or not? They do not know. Again, it comes down to possession and where you're at. They have no idea. And honestly, it doesn't matter as long as it's, legal and meets the legal and creel limit. So, yeah, they don't know. They don't know where you caught the fish. It comes down to where you possess the fish. And that's what I try to explain to people in everything. When I'm doing a guide trip, for instance, and somebody doesn't want to buy both licenses, I have them buy the license for whatever boat ramp we're going in and out of. So that's if I'm fishing a Buster Boyd Access, which is South Carolina side, I tell them to get a South Carolina license, we'll just fish on the South Carolina side. It's easier if you got both. But yeah, it is complicated, and it doesn't have to be that way. Here's why this happened. I'll go and explain this. This entertainment purposes here. Uh, Years ago, you used to go to a hardware store or a tackle store when you'd buy your license, and you'd go in there, and then part of the money went to that county. Did I see that rod move? That rod just moved. Uh, Part of that money would go to the county. This is the way it was structured in South Carolina, and losing my mind here. Part of that money would go to that county. So this congressman, legislator, whatever he was in South Carolina, they talked about this reciprocal agreement. He said, no, we can't do that because we'll lose the money that my constituents get here. So he was the one that stopped it. And it's the way everything works in South Carolina with all their rules and regulations. It's dictated by the politicians. Biologists have that much to do with making wildlife decisions in South Carolina. So that's the way that started. And, now most licenses are sold online. So it's kind of stupid at this point, but, it's just something you can't, it is with politicians. You can't get them to come to the table and do anything that's really smart. It's for their own self-motivated interests. But that's a topic for another day, another podcast. So let's see where we're at here. Let's see. Yeah, thanks for everybody dropping in. It's a good little crowd. I was curious how many were gonna drop into these feeds now. And that's a heck of a crowd. That's really awesome. Sadly, I have no fish to show you, but I will sit here and jack my jaws for a little bit just to at least keep it halfway entertaining. So, let's see if there's any other. Northern View Outdoors. Have I caught any catfish with the melanistic color phase like I showed you? No, I have not. I had one that had the little tinges of it, but nothing like really, really good like in those pictures. And I've never caught a white catfish, albino catfish, whatever you want to call it. It's funny, the one that became very popular back in the summer, a young man caught it over in Tennessee, and it went semi-viral with everybody seeing this fish. He was on a guide trip with me like a month before that when he was fishing in North Carolina. He's actually, I have a couple pictures of him. Great young man, very polite, very nice, loves to fish. And yeah, he was over there fishing like a month later or so and caught that white catfish. But yeah, I've never caught one before. And no, I wouldn't eat it. I would let it go if I caught one. So, yeehaw. James said, dang, your live is rocking this morning. Well, that's what happened when you don't do one for a year. People are wanting to make sure you're alive or something hasn't gone wrong. So they come check in, see what's going on. I was looking through some of my stuff and just on my channel and said I hadn't done one in a while. And almost did one the other night, but decided to wait till I was at least out here on the water. So been playing around some stuff. Y'all that have watched the channel, some people like them, some people don't like them. I've been putting some shorts up. Just experimenting around with that. I'm kind of, with everything going on, the guiding, the channel, all that, really I'm able to do one good video a week right now. During COVID, I could crank them out. There wasn't nothing else going on in the world, but now I'm doing about one good one a week. I'm upping that a little bit because I'm trying to do a video podcast. I thought about doing away with the video podcast because I just do the regular podcast on my podcast channel. And I had an outcry of people that said, don't stop doing the video. So I'm doing a video podcast. You'll see one of those, I think, up tomorrow. But I put the shorts up kind of in between just to stay in touch with people and put out some little stuff that's really not worthy of an entire video. But it's like that. Dang, thought there was a fish happening there. But yeah, I decided to do some of those. So hopefully you like them. The channel's not going that way. Don't worry, it's not going to be all shorts. We're still doing the long form videos. I enjoy doing those. They're fun. I like the stuff I did like with Melton Hill Bill, the striper guide out in Tennessee. That was fun. That was nice. I liked artistic stuff. Sadly, it doesn't do good on the channel. So, that's just the way it goes there. But, I'm going to do kind of what I want to do, thrown in with everything that I do to keep you guys entertained and do stuff that you enjoy. So, Michael on the story, thank you for that contribution there. It looks a little chilly, so here's some coffee money to warm yourself up. Oh, I'm putting that to use right here in the Dieter Melhorn fishing mug. By the way, Side note, and if my wife's watching, you need to get on the ball. I'm going to be selling some of these mugs. People ask about them, not this one, but the bigger size, the 32-ounce one. We've got some made, and they've got a unique pattern on them. Every one of them looks similar, but totally different. Stay tuned. I'll probably pop a short up on those things. They're the big 32-ounce tumbler, the bigger one that's narrow at the bottom and widens out. So keep your eyes peeled. I'm going to be selling some of those in time for Christmas, hopefully this week, if she's on the ball. Honey, are you up? Are you watching my feed? Of course not. You never watch me on a feed. She actually gets mad when she's looking at TikTok, and one of my TikTok fishing videos gets served up to her in her feed. So anyway, she's working on some mugs. Stay tuned, guys. I'll have some of those. So anyway, this is the hot coffee. Your $20 went to this cup of coffee. It's like going to Starbucks. I think that's what it costs for a cup of coffee there. But anyway, I digress. Put the lid back on here. Man, it's getting foggier and foggier out here. Foggier. Is that a word? Foggier? I like that word. Let's see what I missed here in the feed. Can you talk about some of the pros and cons of guiding as a side business? Pros. The pros to doing it. One, you're doing what you love. As my wife says, when I come in from a guide trip, I'm the happiest when I get back from a guide trip. Because one, I'm fishing. I love to fish. Two, I love getting people out there, especially a lot of the people. The thing is with my guide trips, and I tell this to everybody, I tell this to people I call on a big trip, we're not going out to catch the biggest fish in the lake. We're not going out to fish a tournament. We're going out to fish. We're going out to catch catfish. And people understand that. This is not a trophy. The lakes I fish are not trophy lakes. So we're going to catch catfish. And, you know, yes, we got a good chance of catching fish in the teens, 20s, 30s, even a few 40, 50, 60-pound fish each year. But there's not a ton of them. You're not really hoping for that. But when it happens, it's awesome. What's even more awesome about a pro of being a guide is when you take somebody out fishing and they catch a 6-pound fish and it's the biggest fish they've ever caught. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm like going, okay, we'll do better than that. But I had to bridle some of this in and like rein it in and put it in perspective for how much I fish and where I fish. A lot of people don't have that opportunity. And that's the thing I've tried to reiterate in some of my podcasts and stuff about catching big fish is not everybody has that opportunity. These fish are not everywhere. Even 10, 15-pound fish, they're not everywhere, period. I mean, there's a few fisheries around the country where you can consistently catch them. They're not in everybody's backyard like they are mine. So I am blessed and very fortunate to be where I'm at. And that is one of the blessings and positive points about being a guide where I'm at is that I can take people out, they can have a good time, and you don't have to catch, you know, 60, 70, 80-pound fish to make them happy. They're happy to catch, you know, good fish. That's one of the positive points about it. Another positive point, I get to meet a lot of interesting people. People that, I mean, all walks of life. I've got my coal miner crowd from eastern Kentucky, western West Virginia that come down. People all aspects of the coal industry. I had like one week in the summer, I had like one ran a train, a coal train. The other worked in a mine. The other one worked on mining equipment. It was just like, you know, you got that, you know, blue collar, hardworking. God bless them for doing what they do, people. I've got, you know, a guy that fished with me last week. That's a flight nurse on a medical helicopter. I've got, another guy. I got two guys that are in special forces down at Fort Bragg. I get all kinds of people, all different walks of life. I got a psychologist, or actually two psychiatrists that have fished with me. They're fun because they can analyze me and help me think better. But anyway, that's the cool part. You get to meet a lot of cool people. Never had any really, really bad ones either. I've been blessed with that. I've had some good people. The negatives to it, well, depending on where you can fish, it can be a lot of work. As far as just the travel to and from, I'm lucky. I'm close. I'm 12 minutes from a boat ramp. This one here is a little bit further. If you're far away from a ramp, it can tie up a lot of time and money getting back and forth to the ramp. So I know some guys that are driving, an hour, hour and a half to where they fish. I don't have that. So I'm lucky with that. That can be a negative. When that happens, another negative is you've got to deal with bait. Okay, I don't have that problem. I've got large tanks at home. I can store bait. I've got fresh live bait. I've got chicken. I can fish with chicken where I'm at. That may not work in every place. And you know, the chicken, I didn't, when I started doing this, I wouldn't use it. I was like, man, that's a gimmick. You know, now we're catching 70% of our fish on it. So, you know, that may not work someplace. You're on the Mississippi River, Tennessee River, you may need skipjack. You may have to deal with getting that. So there's time outside of the actual fishing time that you've got to factor into all of it. So, you know, the other thing is, most places you're gonna, you know, need to get a captain's license, plain and simple. You need to be a licensed captain. Anywhere on the Tennessee River, Mississippi, Missouri, Ohio, any lake that is navigable water, you need to have a captain's license. So you're gonna have to commit the time and money to go in and getting, you know, your captain's license, going through the course, all that kind of stuff. So that's a negative, that's a positive. It helps you on the insurance, it helps you on just being smart. So I love it, it's the bottom line. I love doing it. Yeah, so that's kind of, you know, I like what I do. The positives far outweigh the negatives. So how do you determine what lake you're going to do a guide trip on? Well, I asked the people, a lot of them know that I fish basically, I do trips on basically 3 lakes. This lake, Norman, Wiley, and then Wateree. They'll call and I'll talk to them about what they're wanting to do. You know, I get a lot of people on Lake Norman that are up here vacationing. They'll get a VRBO, they'll be staying on the lake, I'll pick them up at their house. I've got some guys up here that live on the lake, they're older, can't get around as good. I go pick them up at their house, and you know, you got those type. But you know, a lot of people say, hey, I'm coming into town, I just want to catch fish. We'll go to Wiley. I fish that lake more than any. I've got a very good grip on what's going on there and can kind of dial it in that way. I don't go all over the place fishing different places. I'm probably gonna, you know, if I go to Kerr Lake, I'll usually send out an email to some people and say, hey, I'm gonna be up there. If you want to do a trip, let me know. And we'll kind of, you know, pick some trips. I've done some on Santee, but I'm not a Santee guide. I don't, you know, if I'm down there, I'll let people know, and hey, you want to fish? Great. I got people that'll jump on board. You know, same thing, I'll probably do it in Tennessee some. I'll have to get my $600 Tennessee guide license that they charge you over there to be a guide. But it's well worth it. I got some people over there that will pay for that and the guide trip just to go. So it's you know, that's kind of the determining factor on what goes on. So it's I've got, like I said, I've got great people that come fish with me, and you know, I'm realistic about what we're doing. I always give them a rundown first thing in the morning on like, hey, you know, right now the average catch wintertime has been, you know, around 7, 8, 9 fish. Yesterday we had 10, you know, the day before that I think we were right at 8. You know, that's kind of what's going on seasonally. I let people know that. Summertime, the numbers go up. You know, we may get on a streak where it's really great. I give people realistic expectations. I'm not one of these that's just gonna come out and go, oh yeah, we're killing them. You know, it's the best time to go right now. I'm gonna give you realistic expectations because this is fishing. Stuff changes. There's a lot of variables that come into play. And I just let people know that's what we're doing. We're doing fishing like I fish, is what it comes down to. We're not tournament fishing. We're not trying to catch 2 giant fish. Now, I will say this, I do have some people that want to do that, and we will go do those trips, but I'm very just upfront with them. It's like, it's going to be a couple different places, and we're fishing big baits, looking for big fish, and it's going to be what it is. You ain't going to catch a lot of fish. Ain't going to be a lot of rods bending. Come prepared to talk and chat for a while, so... It's got the log answer to all that. So let's see what we got. How you doing? Like a little call. I live in Buellton, Virginia. I'm fishing in Potomac. Enjoy your monster. Richard, thank you. Thank you for those kind words, and thank you for watching. And the Potomac's got some good catfish in it. You're in a good place. Depends on how many can you take on a guide trip, Michael? Good question. I've taken 4. I take it back. Legally, I can take 6 people. I've got the OUPV. Legally, I can take 6. I don't want to take 6, is what it comes down to. This is a 19-foot boat, while roomy. That's a lot of people, and I'm not going to take 6. I've done 4 before. It's tight. I got the bigger motor. I got the 115 Suzuki back there, so I can move the people. It's tight, and depending on what's going on with the fish, honestly, you may not get to catch, you know, many fish. I mean, you know, if you got a rotation of 4 people, let's say you have an average day, you may get to catch 2, 3 fish. Now, I say this, I don't market it and I don't promote it, but people want to do it. I do crappie and perch fishing trips. Yesterday, the lady on the catfish trip, loved y'all, by the way. If you're watching, I know you watch the channel. Great couple that was out here. Her husband said she likes to have a fishing rod in her hand, and because most of mine are in the rod holder. And I said, well, I'm gonna hook you up. I said, I'm gonna hook you up with perch rod, and she will sit there and she perch fished. She had a fishing rod in her hand. It was cold yesterday. She had that perch rod in her head all day, caught 30 or 40 perch while we were fishing. She loved it. All day long, sat there with that rod, just jigging. So that's cool. Those kind of trips, we weren't focusing on perch. Those were just bycatch while we were dragging. Those kind of trips, yeah, you could take 4 people out. I do crappie fishing trips like that, corporate trips, and, you know, we can put, you know, 60 crappie in the boat, you know, 4 people, and, you know, everybody's getting a chance to catch fish and stuff, so. There's a question here. Got a personal pound limit for customers? It's a good question. I've had some groups with some bigger folks on it. Yes, there is a boat limit. I mean, the bottom line is there's a placard right up here on the front of my boat from the Coast Guard that there is a poundage limit. As far as one single person, no. But if you're bringing out, you know, 4 people that are very large, you know, there is a limit. You got to be careful of that because it does become a safety deal on having that much weight on a boat. And, you know, you just got to kind of be, you know, cognizant of that. And honestly, you know, it's something that hasn't, I had one group that were some larger guys, but we made it work. But yeah, it's, you know, it's another thing. It's just, it's a safety thing more than anything. But as far as an individual, no. Do I want to stack 4 people on here that are very large? I don't like to fish 4 people, period. But, you know, it's just going to encumber you in a lot of different ways. And the other thing with my boat is, comfort-wise, this is not a boat with a bunch of big chairs and sofas and lounge furniture and all that. So you got to make sure that you understand when you're on this boat, you got to be comfortable in that world too. So, you know, you're stepping down into it. It's got high sides. So I try to let everybody know that. I'm actually going to put out a video that is kind of explaining the boat and talking about a trip, just so people know. Because, you know, I've had people question, you know, before, hey, I've got bad knees, I've got a bad back and all that, and I try to be honest and let them know just what the conditions are on this boat. Would be nice, perfect world, if I had a big pontoon boat. I'd love to get people on here in wheelchairs. I wish there was an easy way to do that. That would be the nice thing about having a big pontoon boat. You could put a door on it big enough, you could put a metal ramp so you could get people out here. People are disabled, military folks that, you know, have lost legs, that type of stuff. I'd love to be able to do that. It's hard to do it on my boat. I have no problem bringing them on here, but, you know, I thought about that. I had a guy one time that he didn't know if he was going to be able to stand, and he was talking about bringing a chair, and I was giving him the measurements on room and stuff. So, but yeah, I'd love to be able to do that at some point. That would be really cool. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Man, I give long answers. I wish I could just go yes or no, but nobody can guarantee that you will catch fish. James Arbo, you're right. Nobody can guarantee that you catch fish. Somebody asked me that one time, said, do I have to pay? Or they said, do you offer a money back guarantee? I said, I do. I said, for $300 more, I will give you a guaranteed fish catch. And he didn't take it because he did. I think the next question was, how many times have you been skunked on a guide trip? And I said, well, never, but that's why I'm saying I'll take the gamble for $300 more. But I'll give you a money back guarantee. So let's see what else we got in here. Good crew, good crew. Scrolling through here. Let's look at a little bit. Any fish yet? James, you had to leave for a little bit. You ain't missed nothing, brother. Like I said, I'm not totally confident. I'm out here 63 feet of water, and I have not heard a rod crack at all. But I'm still confident. I'm coming to the deeper part of the lake here, not the deepest part, but it's where the river channel is. And with this, I'm gonna see if I can show y'all something here. Let's see if I can show you kind of what I'm coming into here. I mean, everything's perfect. It's great boat speed. I'll show you real quick here on this chart. Let's see, let me get it full. Let me get the chart full so you can see what the heck we're doing, what we came out of. All right, so what happened is we trolled all the way out of this creek mouth, and we're coming out. And this part here, you can see that white part. That's the original river channel. There's the old creek where it came in, but this is the original river channel. That right there, just so you guys know, that is not a little dam in the water. That is an anomaly in the software. I've seen these on some other lakes where, for whatever reason, this part was never mapped and tracked. There's not a dam right there. That's just a little anomaly. But yeah, we're on this track. We're coming across a couple of little points here, and we're going to get here in a minute into the deepest part of this area of the lake, and that's going to be the river channel there. And we're going to see what's in there. And like you said, about 60 feet of water, doing a half mile an hour. I try to keep it slow when we're out here. So that's kind of the plan. We're going to see what happens in this deep part up here. Maybe we'll get a fish while we're still on here live. I will say this, it's a great day to be fishing. It's one thing, the gloves keep falling. I apologize. And so far the fish counter is at 0. I have to thank palmetto cats. It's not pimento cats, by the way. It's palmetto cats. Palmetto being the state tree of South Carolina. Kevin's in here. He's probably sitting at his job right now watching this when he should be working. So yeah, he should be at work right now. But yeah, it's these colored clickers, okay? I found them online and ordered them on Amazon. I've got one. The green one is when I'm perch or crappie fishing, and this one is for my catfish. I decided blue because blue cat. So that's how I keep track of if I'm catching perch. I've got a separate clicker for them now. So we are, by the way, for you guys that wonder when I say perch, we have white perch here. Okay, a lot of you guys in the perch are going to have yellow perch, coontail perch, got all kinds of names. That's what a white perch looks like. Looks very similar to a white bass, except when you look at those lines, the line structure is different on it. That one almost looks like it has broken lines like a hybrid. But yeah, a little different line structure to it. You can get technical and look in the mouth and all that kind of stuff. But wipe the goo off of my hands. Time for a new towel, huh? Anyway, where were we? Almost like a white bass, yes. And a lot of people will call them white bass. I've heard that before. People say, oh, caught 40 white bass on Lake Wiley. And I'm like, no, I wish we'd still had white bass like that, but we don't have them like that anymore. Very similar. The white perch, as I've said in other videos, they're actually related to the striped bass. They're kind of in the same family, do a lot of similar things as far as their life cycle, spawning and that stuff to a striped bass. Oh, that's good. Somebody said Louisiana. You ever thought of coming to Louisiana? I have, and I want to go. I just want to go to Venice, Louisiana. It's just because of the whole fishing culture down there. But really anywhere down there. Like I said, if I can ever get Tyson Chicken to sponsor my show, I would love to go on some road trips and fish with some of the different people around the country wherever they're fishing, and just see what's different about the culture, the lifestyle, the food, how they eat them, all that kind of stuff. I think it would be really, really cool. And take the chicken. I think that's the catch. I need Tyson to sponsor so we can try chicken in all these places. So, and you hate chicken. Susquehanna Stan. I'm gonna have to block him off of here. He hates chicken. I'm just kidding. It's not for everybody. I'm sure there's places it doesn't work, but there's a lot of places it does work. Stan, learn to love chicken. Just learn to love it. Just don't lick your fingers after you've been messing with bait, because you can get salmonella from doing it. And I'm probably spreading salmonella all over my phone. Hooks and Hammock says maybe white perch identify as white bass. That is possible. That is possible. I've not asked them about that. I don't really care. I cut their heads off just the same. So, you need to get Paula from Tennessee on your boat with you. I do. Here's the thing though. If I get Paula, are you listening out there? If I get Paula on here, I don't get to talk. Okay, that's the only bad thing. So, if we bring Paula on the boat, especially if we go live, she's the only one that'll talk to you because she will own it. So I hope she's doing well. I know she's been going through some cancer treatment and up and down with that, as it always is with that. So we love Paula. She's awesome, and her husband's a great guy. As she says, he's a former possum cop and good guy, a great guy when it comes just to our fisheries, catfish especially, and just out there, you know, doing stuff. He's actually trying to help the ACA with getting some stuff done, with getting some stuff going on nationwide, legislation-wise, in some different areas. So, good people. I'd like to get her on here. Hopefully, after she gets settled down with all her stuff going on, we'll get to fish together. And I may be across the mountain doing some stuff in Tennessee. So, I'll hit her up. I'll drag her over there. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Have you... Oh, Brian's asking about fishing Sandusky Bay. I haven't. The only thing I've thought about going kind of west and north is to do some ice fishing. I've kind of thought about doing that. Sandusky Bay sounds really, really cold right now, much colder than what I'm dealing with. But I don't know. I'm game for it. It would be fun. It would be fun. Let's see what else we got in here. Let's see. My screen's starting to get some mist on it, so it's hard to move it. He stands abrasive for his signature charm. There you go. Put me in the hospital. Oh, Stan. Yeah, I heard about his chicken hail that he went through. Apparently he got some, I don't know if it was salmonella or some other parasite that you get from raw meat, but yeah, be careful if you're using the chicken, because yeah, you can get stuff from it. As a matter of fact, I keep, like when I eat, I always keep a paper towel if I'm eating like a piece of sausage or something to hold it with, just to, and I keep some hand sanitizer on there too for what it's worth. So Dennis said it's great when you give us the depths, water temp, structure, setting on each video. It helps a lot. That's awesome. And I get that from a lot of people, is that the videos help, and that's good to hear. I also get some flack from some of my old buddy fishermen that say I give up too much information. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I do. I think some people want you to come out here and struggle and fail and all that. Now, to a certain extent, you have to do that. But, you know, the thing is, there's enough info in my videos that gets you in the right direction. You still have to fish, plain and simple. I could show you exactly where I'm fishing right now, and if I was pulling fish over the side of the boat like crazy, you could come here and fish, and it may not work tomorrow, especially on Lake Wiley where I guide. That lake this year has been one where it's just been repeated failure after repeated failure. You catch them one day, you kill them, and you go back the next day, and they're not there. So you have to fish. You have to learn to fish, and part of that takes time. The biggest thing on that, what takes time, is not figuring out where the fish are, but figuring out what your gut is. You need to have some successes, and you need to have some failures. And over time, you will develop confidence in what you're doing, so that when you're failing, you know that because you've had enough successes, you've got the confidence to know that what you're doing is right, and what you're doing can produce fish. And you know, you stick with it, because there's sometimes when the bite just sucks, and you don't know if that's because of you or because of where you're fishing, what's going on, unless you've got confidence in what you're doing. And that's the part that takes time. Learning the mechanics of fishing, the how to tie the rigs, the different kinds of rigs, all that kind of stuff, that's kind of easy. I say easy. It's easy to figure all that out. It's easy to learn all that. You can learn that in YouTube videos. You can learn the technique. I use the big B-Cat planer boards. You can watch enough of my videos. You can figure out how to put a B-Cat planer board on the line and how to fish them. You know, you can learn all the technical part, how to tie a knot, What you got to get on the water and do is fish, and that's going to teach you what what works, what doesn't work, where you're fishing, what works on your type of boat, your type of fishing, where you're at bank fishing, and sooner or later you're going to catch some fish if you've got fish there, and that's when you start to develop confidence, and you can start to put patterns together and start to go, okay, this worked, this didn't work, and you'll realize that some days it just ain't happening, and that's the cool part about it. That one, it almost looks like it wants to go. What's our speed here? Still at 0.5. We're into some deeper water. We're in 82 feet of water at this point. So there's arches. There's stuff suspended. There's stuff on the bottom. We're going to see what happens out here. Somebody said I've always been a guide. No. I fished for a long time, just fun fishing. And then I had people that would hit me up about doing a guide trip. And I was, like I said, I was doing it, I don't know, that's been 10 years ago, doing it on the side, doing it on the low down without a captain's license, doing it without insurance and all that other stuff that a lot of people do. And, but then, it was kind of spur of the moment. People knew me, that's who I was doing it with. And then, as I got more into it, especially after COVID, after this channel got started, I did not develop this channel to promote the guide business. I didn't even think about that. It's stupid me. I wasn't even thinking on that. It just kind of, I mentioned it one day in a podcast or something. Somebody emailed me and I mentioned it in another one. And next thing you know, I'm talking about it here and somebody will probably call me because of this. So it was back then in 2019, 2020 that I got captain's license and went ahead and got that taken care of. So I'm totally legal, and my biggest concern there was having a captain's license. First of all, let me say this, doesn't teach you anything about fishing. Absolutely zero. Whether or not somebody has a captain's license or not has no impact or effect on the quality of a guide that you're getting, plain and simple, because you don't learn a thing about fishing in your captain's course, your sea school. What you do learn about is safety, navigation, how to operate a boat, what's legal, what's not legal. There's a lot of stuff you learn you'll never, ever use, but it basically takes it to another level just as far as safety and operation, gets you thinking in a different way when you're out there with people. Most captains are going to have insurance. They're going to have, most people that are a captain and do it, there's livelihood to a certain extent depends on what they're doing, so it's not just like something they can tap out of and move away from. Go, oh yeah, I killed somebody, so I'm gonna go do something else now. Most of them are in it and legit, so that's the biggest thing. There's plenty of guys out there that guide that are great guides and they're not captains, and you'll catch fish with them. So I just say that to say that if I think the bigger the water you get into, the more I think that helps. You start talking about fishing on the Mississippi River, James River, these areas with, that are navigable by big ships, big barges, it would pay to have somebody that's got their act together and, at least understand some of the stuff about navigation and waterways and all that kind of stuff. So, anyway, but that's a different story. Where was I? You ever find your chicken and bring it back on? You ever find your chicken and bring it back on board? I'm not sure what that means. It may have been a joke. I love watching you, but what was that one there? All right, so here's something interesting. Tim Sanders said, love watching you, but want to cry seeing the monsters you catch compared to the dinks I catch. So here's the deal. First of all, thanks for watching. But keep it in perspective. You may not have those fish there. These, relatively speaking, the fish I catch are not monsters compared to an 80, 90 pounder that you would catch on the James River or Kerr Lake. But you've got to keep it in perspective to where you're at. Our fishing on our lakes and reservoirs is great, in my opinion, okay? It's not the biggest fish in the country. I don't go out here fishing trying to catch a 60-pound fish. We've got them, I've caught them, but in reality, that's not realistic where I'm at. I'm not gonna bring somebody on a guide trip and go, we're gonna go catch a 60-pounder. Love to catch one, it's happened, but it's not realistic. The same thing may be the case where you're at. You may simply not have those fish where you're fishing. Not to mention the amount of time, access to water. If you're fishing off the bank, it can be a lot harder. If you've only got one day a month to fish, your odds are a lot less of catching those fish. Sure, you can go out there that one time, drop some bait in the water and poof, you catch them. But it's harder. Your odds go down. And the squeaky chicken. Yes, the squeaky chicken is back at the house. I taped something with it. I haven't had it on the boat for the past couple of videos. I need to put it back on there. People love that. The dogs on the bank hated it. But anyway, this is a different story. But yeah, you got to keep the big fish in perspective for where you're at. So, don't feel bad. Don't beat yourself up. I tell people that all the time. If you're not catching giants where you're at, you may not have them. Be happy with what's the biggest in that waterway, and kind of focus on that more than, what you see on Facebook or what you see on my channel or Chris Flores's channel or Kayak Catfish. That's a whole different world, different waterways, different style of fishing, different places. So you got to kind of keep it in check where you're at. And hiker situation, I Mississippi. Where would you look for blue cats right now? Deep, slower water, fishing and freedom. I'll be honest with you, I couldn't give you any legitimate advice about the Mississippi because I haven't fished it. So I can't give you any realistic information on that. I wish there were more people on YouTube that were, out there fishing those kind of waters that would do more stuff with the bumping. And because that's probably what I would be doing out there. I would think I would be perfecting the bumping game. And, that's, if you're bank fishing, that's kind of not the thing. You're going to have to kind of cast and pray. And in those situations, I would be trying to find some place where you can get a current break if you're stuck bank fishing. But, if you're in a boat, you've got the, option to move around, thing and bumping, you get in high current, you got to kind of up your game a little bit with the equipment because you're going to need a trolling motor. I only run a 12-volt trolling motor on my boat. And, I'm fishing on lakes and reservoirs. I don't need to go fast. I'm doing 0.4, 0.5 today. You get in some current and you're having to point that trolling motor into the current. You got 1.5 miles, 2 mile an hour current. You're trying to cut that speed in half down to 0.75 through your drifting and bumping. You got to have a trolling motor 24 volt, at least probably 36, especially in some high water flow. So it's a little different game then. But, in places, the current breaks are, reading current out there is very important in fishing those places. So anyway, let's see. I got a 112 pound Tarova coming 36 volt, never bump, gonna try it. Fishing Freedom, that's the motor to have. And I was thinking the other night, man, I'm a tightwad, first of all. Let me explain that. It's why I'm sitting here fishing on a boat that is 15 years old. I don't know how old it is. Been paid for a long time. So every trip gets cheaper and cheaper. I've got a 12 volt Minn Kota power drive up there that I've had forever. And I could go buy a new trolling motor tomorrow if I could find one. But I'm just cheap. I don't want to spend the money and do it. But I was thinking about the other days, you know what? Take some YouTube profits and go buy you a 36 volt, just killer motor. I don't really need a 36 volt. I think I get by with 24. Like I said, if I was fishing some of that river stuff more, I probably would. One place it'll come in handy too is down at the coast, fishing some of the tidal stuff down there, some of the creeks and stuff. Those 36 volts are really nice for spot locking up in there when you're floating baits for trout and redfish and drum. But that's a whole nother show. That's a whole nother one. Let's see. Love your channel. Do you have any advice for someone trying to start a fishing channel? Born to Fish. Is your last name Bourne? B-O-U-R-N-E. So that's a good one. Well, get some people that want to do it. First, figure out why you're doing it. When I started, I've had videos on YouTube forever. But when I started this channel, Dieter Melhorn Fishing, I wanted to build a brand. I didn't really know what I was going to do with it. The guide stuff has turned into a big part of it. But promoting products, that kind of stuff. And so I kind of had a focus for what I was doing. If you just want to throw up some videos, just go throw up some videos and have fun with it and share them with your friends. If you're trying to grow it, I think you're going to have to be a little more exacting, and you're going to have to be a little more focused in what you're doing. And I know that's not a good quick answer, but it's a commitment is the thing. If you're trying to grow a channel, you're going to have to be committed to putting out videos consistently, and you're going to have to build your name, and you're going to have to be known for something in that space. So whether it be you're fishing for catfish, bass, crappie, whatever. Another thing, try not to do exactly what everybody else is doing. Just going out and fishing with a camera pointed at the back of your head, and you're catching fish, and people aren't going to watch that. It's going to have to be interesting. I have enough struggle trying to get people to watch my stuff. If you're just looking at the back of their head fishing and they turn around with the fish every now and then, people aren't going to stay tuned to that. So you've got to deliver something, some kind of value. A lot of times, and stay with me, folks. I'll get back to more widespread fishing in a second. But in YouTube, and I love y'all's feedback on this, you got to deliver some type of value in the videos. Like, say a knot tying video. One of my biggest videos is a knot tying video. Very simple video, but it teaches people how to tie a knot. That's a value thing to them. That showed them how to tie the uni knot. That's important. I've got videos on how to snell a hook. They're looking for that specifically. They're not being entertained, they're learning something. That's the value. Today, I'm out here, I'm not even catching a fish. I'm dragging along, through here. It's pretty, in the whole world of fishing videos, about as boring as you can get. But we've had 140 people consistently watching. Some people have donated some money to it because, well, it's entertainment, if nothing else. There's also some value being shared in answering some of these questions on things. So that's the value proposition that you've got to look at if you're going to have a channel and something on YouTube. You either entertain them, okay, and you get out here and you dance, you complain all the time and yell at dogs that are barking, or you can, sit out here and teach somebody something. And you can get out here and do comedy routine. You could do a whole comedy routine of fishing. You can sit here and catch fish. There's, which I'd love to at least catch one. But that's the thing with the channel. You've got to figure out what that value is that you're going to deliver to people. And it's different for everybody. Everybody's ability. Richard Jean, the fishing machine. Good example. Great fisherman. There's a lot of great fishermen out there, okay? But Richard has a special talent that he probably doesn't know he had, and that's just charisma to be that charming, I call him, he's like your drunk uncle that can catch fish. He's just charming, fun to listen to, entertaining. Some people have that. I don't have that. He does. And you combine that with the fishing ability, and it takes it to a whole nother level. So figure out what your strong suits are. Focus on your strong suits when it comes to doing whatever you're going to do. That's another important thing. And honestly, a lot of this stuff translates over to a lot of things in life, not just a YouTube channel and not just fishing. So, hang on, get my screen dried off here. There we go. Well, I want to wipe the screen off, but I'm afraid if I wipe the screen, I'm going to shut the feed off. Try it over here. God, my finger's wet. I'm going to get back to Big Wrench Catfishing. Thank you for everything you do for the catfish community. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the donation there. That is awesome. It's a interesting community, the catfishing community, and it's great to be a part of it, and it's great to contribute to it in my little way. I've got my take on everything, and it's not always, what's the best way to put it? It's not widely accepted. I'm not going to give you a political tap dance. It's the reason Paul Meadowcast put me on his show the other day, because I wouldn't give you the politically correct tap dance answers. I try to be open-minded, and I try to be fair and honest and see all sides. But yeah, I'm not one that's going to give you somebody over there riding behind the boat. the politically correct answer all the time, but I try to be honest and fair in all of it. So that's yeah. I think there's a boat. There's a catfish. That looks like a catfish boat. Catfish or striper. Where do you go? If you're watching the channel while you're driving, say hey. Hit your horn right now. I guess not. I guess they weren't watching. Oh well. Let's see what we got here. Scroll back to my comment. Uni knot, same as the blood knot. No, I think that, well, you can do it. No, I think there's a difference in those two. Dieter Melhorn movie. That's interesting, yeah. Behind the Fish, the untold story. It was a cold December afternoon when Melhorn set out on the waters of Lake Norman, looking for a fish that many said did not exist. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if there's fish in here. Just in case you're wondering, let me just show you, okay? This is why I say. That's what's there. I have been looking at that type of markings, activity, arches, whatever you want to call them, this entire drag out here. And I'm into the, I think I'm coming up the other side of the river channel now. I think I may have crossed it. Let's look here. Hang on. Let's go to chart. Boom. Let's the chart repopulate here. Boom. Yeah, I'm almost, yeah, I'm starting to come up out of it. This is you can see a steeper slope on this side. Anytime these lines are close together, it's steep. Anytime they're far apart, it's gradual. So I'm starting to come up out of it. But let's get back to that. But honestly, guys, I have had stuff like that similar the entire way. Give you a quick look around here. Catch the Fever, medium light trolling rods on this side. 30-pound Andy monofilament, all on ancient Mariner reels. This side, we got the Hellcats. We got my camera here for the show. We got the Hellcat rods. Same thing, ancient Mariner reels. Planer boards from B-Cat out there. In my opinion, for what I do, my fishing, great planer boards. And that's the setup. And I'm missing an R on Dieter. That will be fixed today. I'm surprised I haven't got message from people in any videos that it's done on there. There's our bait. We've got a little bit of chicken. Small pieces of chicken. We'll talk about that in a second. Perch head left over. Boom. A little fillet. And man, no fish. So, I told y'all this would be a great day to do a live feed because I just had that feeling I wasn't going to catch a lot of fish. But it's a great time to talk and chat, and I can see your comments. So, there you go. Boom. What we got here? See what I missed. Big wrench catfishing. Yep, not one bite. And it's a... it happens. Like I said, for whatever reason, I'm trying to get my camera level. If my horizon is not level, OCD kicks in. Again, I don't think I'm fishing in the best place to catch fish on this lake. If I was on a guide trip, I'll be honest with you, I would not be fishing here. There are areas in these creek arms that I think are better for catching fish right now. But I wanted to experiment. I wanted to try something. I wanted to do the opposite of what I told people not to do in my podcast. I think it's coming up tomorrow about getting fishing deep water in winter. With that said, every lake's different, every river's different, every body of water's different. So there could be something to that. BOR fishing, it seems like the afternoon bite is better now, and you may be onto something because my guide trips here the past 3 days, I have not started until 9 o'clock. Because the 12, 1 o'clock bites seem to be a little bit better, somewhere in that range. I came out here early because, well, I'm a glutton for punishment, and I woke up at 5 a.m. and just decided to get out on the water. So anyway, but yeah, and it may pick up in the day. I'm going to drag this for a while out here in this deep stuff. I've already been dragging it a while. I've been on here with you guys for 82 minutes. Unreal. And yeah, let's see what happens. There's Tony Caton. What is up, brother? Have you ever seen these rods before, Tony? You ever tried one of these rods? They work good. You might want to try them out one day. Yeah, hope you're doing good, buddy. Let's see. I don't see much on boat control, drift socks, wind stuff over, probably because it's boring, but would like to hear some of the info from time to time. That is from Kylie Bear. I've got tons of videos on it. I've got a video on everything. I should have done a video on putting in a drain plug this morning. I pulled the plug on my boat riding up here because I thought it was going to rain and I didn't want water ponding in the boat. Forgot to put it in. So I had about an inch of water after I dropped the boat in the water. So that would have been a good video. Put in your drain plug before you go in the water. As far as drifting, I've actually got a drift sock out right now. And I've got videos on this stuff. I think I just put one out recently talking about the drift sock a little bit in detail and how I rig it up. I've got a small one out today. We barely have any wind up here. It's more just for a little bit of drag control in the back of the boat. I keep a small one on the boat. I think it's a 32 inch. And I've got two big ones. The Easterling drift socks from Easterling Drift Socks down in Cross, South Carolina. Great people. If you're gonna fish big water, you need to buy one of those eventually. And the way I fish is everybody's boat's different. Let me start out by saying that. I've got a trolling motor up on the bow. It is not centered. A lot of people are like, oh, you do that with it not being centered. You get used to it. There's my trolling motor. Boom. That sticker has all the letters in it. Anyway, that is off to the side. 12-volt trolling motor. That's what I use to move the boat on a day like today where we have very little wind. If it's a heavy wind, I don't need the motor, and I really need to slow the boat down more. I will put out a bigger drift sock, one of the Easterlands, and we'll slow the boat with that. If it's really, really windy, 15 to 20, and you're in an open area like this where you've got, swells building, and it's starting to get 3-foot range, I will spin the boat around, fish off the bow of the boat, put the bow into the wind and into the waves, and run 2 drift socks off the front. It's much safer to do that with your bow into the wind and into the waves. Your bow is designed to take waves, not the transom of your boat. That's how boats sink. That is how boats get swamped. They start taking water over the transom. And I will fish that way, drifting backwards. Kind of a pain. It's not really rigged up for that all the time. It's rare that I have to do that. So that's kind of my deal. Now, with that said, that's the way I do it. I like to drift with the wind, fish off the back. You can troll into the wind. That's where you need a bigger trolling motor. It's one of the reasons I have kicked the idea around of getting a bigger trolling motor so that in moderate winds, you can troll into it. A lot of the striper fishermen, that was kind of their way of fishing, was trolling into the wind. You can do it here too. There are people that prefer to troll into the wind. You got more boat control. In some situations, especially if you're trying to hug contours and stuff, it can help you do that. So kind of depends on your boat, how you want to fish, how much you want to put into it, how hard you want to try. One of the beautiful things about Santee Cooper is it's such a big lake, 9 miles across or whatever. A lot of, the guys down there in the pontoon boats, they'd drive to one side of it, throw the drift socks out, and they're fishing off the front of the boat where you got the big patio area, and they'll just float across, and it's just a straight line drift, whatever. A lot of them don't even have trolling motors down there because pretty much the wind, they always complain when the wind's not blowing because their boat's not moving. So it's a different world there. So going backwards, you suspend, not drag. No, every one of my baits, I rarely suspend baits, Kylie. Occasionally I will. I have limited success with it, probably better success here in the wintertime with suspended fish. All of my baits are dragging on the bottom. Every one of these, even the ones that are on the planer boards, it's one of the reasons I use these B-cap boards is because I can pull a Santee drift rig, 2 ounces of weight, 2 ounces of bait on it, and the boards, by their design, the flotation and the rudder, the metal piece, are heavy enough to pull those rigs on the bottom. Everything is on the bottom. Nothing wrong with fishing suspended, depending on where you're at and how you fish and what kind of waterways and what the fish are doing. Nothing wrong with fishing suspended. It's just for me, I usually stick with this, and that's not to, and it's one thing I try to make sure people understand in my videos. My way is not the only way. It is not the absolutely right way. It is the right way for me and how I fish and what I enjoy. You may experiment around with different stuff depending on what your boat is, style of fishing, energy level, all that comes into play. And so do what works for you. Mine, I share the information I do. Maybe it'll work. I tell most people, take what I do, look at it, analyze it, And then maybe you can use some of it to fit in to develop your own style of fishing. Because guys, I'm telling you, people catch fish all kinds of different ways. You know, I got people that fish, you know, Kentucky rigs, drop down straight underneath the boat. These lines are out behind the boat, anywhere from 75 to 100 feet. Why do I do that? Does the boat scare the fish? Heck no. 60 feet of water doesn't scare them all. The reason is the angle of the line and the angle of the rigs. I think it helps the hydrostatic pressure on the lines come through the water with the hook set. Another big word, but it's my theory. It works for me. So another long answer to a simple question. But you asked me what the water temperature is. I'm going to get into the barometric pressure and how that's affecting. No, I'm just kidding. Water temperature, by the way, for those wondering, 57 degrees. So. Callie's asks us, the boats end up under the boat. Baits end up under the boat. By the way, good morning, catfish and crappie. When I say catfish and when I say crappie, I have to say catfish also, just so it sounds right. Anyway, hope you're doing good. Baits end up under the boat, and I don't know if you're talking about bottom bouncing, but yeah, that's one of the things with if you're talking about that. That is another one of the finesse things with the whole bottom bouncing, back bouncing, bouncing baits. There's a whole finesse deal to that that's where the weight stuff comes in with, you know, making sure that weight will bounce down through there at a faster rate or behind the boat so your stuff's not right underneath the boat every time. So, and them boards are like right in the corner of the shots. I got a board over here, 2 boards there, and 2 boards over there. I really wish one would just go ripping back. I always tell people on guide trips, first thing people ask that have never been on the boat is, how do you know when you're getting a bite? Because we have been lucky so far, nothing has snagged up out here. But when you get a snag, the rod's, you know, sitting there in the rod holder, it'll start to go over at about the speed of the boat. When you get a bite, it's gonna boom and then, you know, go over very quickly. Same thing with the planer boards. Planer boards, those boards will just, you know, like this one will just kind of, if it's snagged, will just start going back real slowly. When you look out there and you see that planer board go streaking across the water and underwater, you got a monster. So, we've not seen that happen today. So we'll see. Let's see where I'm at on the lake here. Let's see. Let's go back to the chart. See where we're at. This has been dead as a doornail. We're kind of up onto, we're going to come across, maybe there's some hope for life here in about the next 20 minutes. There is a elongated point coming off here that this is going to get shallower and shallower. Maybe there's a chance for fish in here. So you can see, and for those of you, I take for granted people know how to read a topographic map because we had to do that in the military. A lot of people don't. These lines represent a change in depth. And I think on here it's every, what is this one, 4 feet or something like that. The easy way to remember it is when lines are close together, it's changing quickly. It's steep. When they're far apart, it's changing gradually. So you can see we've come up out of the river channel and it's kind of gently sloping up through here. It's going to get a little bit steep right in here. This is the projected path that we're on, by the way. That's what this is. This is where the boat's at. So we're going to come up onto this little point that is extending out here. And you can see that point kind of extends on out, drops on off, humps up. It's going to get shallower up through here. It looks like we're going to go down into the 35, 40, 35 foot range. So hoping maybe there's some life on the edge of that. We've come out of the river channel, no life, and that's kind of what we have in front of us. I'm going to give it until there. I'm going to stick with this. It's a long drag across here. Matter of fact, I'm going to measure it real quick. How far? Oh, baby. There we go. I want to show you how far I've dragged. One of the things you can do, this is one of the nice things about the chart. I always tell people, ask me, what unit should I get? I said, whatever you do, get something with a chart. I can take this button up here and go back to where I started. Where I started right there on that point. That's where it started. 0.94 miles is how long I've dragged. 0.94 miles. That's crazy. Now, I'll say this. Guide trip 2 days ago. We made a 0.75 mile drag. We caught one fish. So, yeah, it's not always crazy and on fire. But yeah, it's a long pull. Not to have a bite, but not really, considering what I'm doing and what I'm dragging through. So I'm just one fish away from being, let me show you. I'm not dragging blind with nothing. There's still stuff. Granted, most of that is bait fish that you're seeing there. There are a few, some type of predator fish in here, probably not catfish, but you still have these arches, little stuff in there in the bottom. I mean, you would think, man, is there not even a little catfish that's hungry? Who knows? Sometimes, guys, that can be just time of day. It may just be they're not feeding. They may be on a feed cycle. You know, this may all of a sudden at 2 o'clock blow up and start catching fish. Could be that. It could be, and this may be more likely what's happening here. If you look at those sonar screens I've shown you for the past hour, there's fish in every one of them. There's bait fish in every one of them. We're dragging through a lot of competition, okay? This is, you know, this is like walking into a cowboy bar and there's one chick. You got a lot of competition, okay? This is the same thing here. So, just telling you, it could be the bait. We're competing against a lot of stuff. So, anyway. How do you like the Hellcats? Just picked up 2 of them. Today, they ain't caught a fish. They don't work. No, seriously. I love the rods. The action on them is, these are medium action. It'll catch any catfish I'll ever deal with, okay? Especially with my style of fishing. They are, you know, if I was fishing, now I've got some heavies. I got 2 heavies and some medium heavies. If I was going to someplace, James River, and chunking some heavier weights, I would go to those. These are a medium. I'll catch any fish in the water with these things. So I like them, like the design on them, like the build quality's good. Had no issues with them, and we caught fish. I do think they make catching bigger fish easier, especially when I've got young people on the boat. If my little girl caught one, you know, 18, 19 pound fish. She probably weighs 60 pounds. I think it helps on that. Having that heavier action on the rod helps for somebody. You know, now these on this side, the Big Catfish medium light trolling rods, they're very lightweight. I mean, if that thing gets a 15 pound fish, it's going to fold over candy cane. It's a much more forgiving tip on the rod, much more flexible. May actually help with the hookup rate, especially on finicky fish. But the Hellcat is going to throw a hell of a lot more weight. Hell, see how I played that in there? Hellcat, hell of a lot. Anyway, this is why I don't do comedy on the channel. Then these rods here. You put 8 ounces of lead on the end of one of these, I don't know, you might probably snap the tip off on it. It's like, you know, doing it with a ugly stick striper rod. You know, it's a lot more flexible tip on these things. These things here, you can chunk heavier weight with. You go to the even heavier action, it's going to give you more there. So that stuff comes in handy. You bank fishermen, especially you bank fishermen that are fishing rivers where you got to chunk some weight, it'll help you there. So as far as landing the fish, you know, I'm in a boat, so I've got a lot of ability to go to the fish. If I had 120 pound fish in here, I can take the boat to the fish, which is why I think I can land any fish with one of these rods, but I have the ability to move to the fish. With this, you know, other ones here, you know, bank fishing, you can't really go to the fish. Who's that said, is Dieter live? Or am I imagining things? Where was that? I see the comment about, is Dieter live? Am I imagining things? Yes, I am live. I kept telling y'all I was going to do some, and I finally did. I just wanted to wait until I was on the water. So it's been fun talking so far. Not so much on the catching part. So anyway, somebody asked if I use frozen bait. I just saw that come by. No, I generally don't. I got on a guide trip to ask yesterday if I freeze any of the perch. His wife was killing the perch. She was catching them hand over fist, and she stocked my bait tank. Some of the ones we got today are from her. Thank you. So no, I don't freeze them. But the thing is, I'm lucky, very blessed that I've got water near me. 12 minutes from my house, I can be at a boat ramp, so I can go catch bait. Not everybody can do that. Some people have to freeze bait. So, yeah, I would freeze these things. Is there a magic trick to freezing them? I'm gonna do a video on that, talking about the different ways with these perch. And I tell people, anybody that's gonna, the easiest, most space-saving way to do it is just vacuum seal them. Anytime you have fish with fins, perch, bluegill, anything like that, not so much with shad, wrap them in a paper towel, a couple of them, just if for no other reason, to keep those fins pinned down, because those fins will poke through a vacuum sealed bag, and vacuum sealed bags ain't exactly cheap. So that works. It keeps the air out of them. One way that works, arguably works, is freezing them in water. The bad part about that is it takes up a lot of space. Freeze them in water helps with the whole freezer burn process of moisture from inside the fish coming to the outside, blah, blah, blah. So, but that takes up a lot of space doing that. So you've got to have all that extra stuff. So there you go. I was told if you vacuum seal, they can last around a year. Ziploc bags, only about 3 to 4 months. Yeah, Ziploc bags aren't going to work as good. Listen, as I've told people, if you got some extra bait, freeze it, and you go fishing next time, take it with you and hope that you catch some more. But it's better than showing up without bait, is what it comes down to. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and honestly, I don't have stock in Tyson chicken, but I pretty much would rather show up with chicken as my backup bait until I can catch something than I would with frozen bait, at least where I fish. The one exception to that, I've just seen a lot of that planer board all of a sudden. The one exception to that would be skipjack. Coffee's still warm. I love it. So, anybody's new to the feed, I'm going to be selling some mugs. The bigger version, Dieter Melhorn Fishing logo on them. They'll be a darker, richer blue. Keep your eyes peeled. They'll be up here soon. Anyway, skipjack. I have no problem fishing with frozen skipjack. It's... I'm not the best skipjack fisherman in the world, so obviously fresh is better. If I can catch them, great. But if I was going to the Tennessee River fishing, I would show up with frozen skipjack in the cooler. Hope to catch some, but I would have some in the cooler if I was going over there. So hopefully that answers your question. So let's see here. Larry Mass threw in the hater comment. We don't like Larry now because Larry said he's getting ready to go out on the James River. James River. I'm going to the James River. I'm going to catch a fish and you ain't caught one. Hey, just messing with you, dude. I need to get up there. That James River is, I know nothing about it. There's probably 20 people I could jump on the boat with up there and go fishing. I've just not done it. It's not horribly far away. That may be on the list here for the next couple of weeks. So good luck out there on the James. Hopefully you're having a nice overcast day with no wind up there. James can get bad in the wind. That's another one, especially you get down toward the bay. That place can get bad down there. You can get some big water going down there. You got to have a real boat to fish that kind of stuff. So, let's see. We got to get ready to head out on the. I'm reading the questions very quickly. That's my fast voice. That's my. I'm looking to do catfishing on a smaller river for the first time on a boat. What tips can you give a newbie? If you're on a river and it's actually flowing, probably going to be anchoring up. Drifting is not the most effective way to fish on a river unless you're at the advanced level. And if you're at that, you're probably not asking me for advice. But I'd look for brush. I mean, brush, trees, that kind of stuff in there. That's what I'd be looking for. Some of those breaks. I don't know if you got flatheads there. Not exactly the best time of the year to catch flatheads, depending on where you are in the country. We caught one on a guide trip day before yesterday. But, all fish are going to orient to structure in some way. Whether they're using it to hide and, like bluegill and crappie, those type fish, to hide, to have some sense of security. or if they're a predator fish, to go eat what is over there trying to hide. So anytime you can start to find any kind of structure, you got a big blow down tree, putting cut bait upstream of that. Now, some people want to cast into it and winch the fish out of it and complain when they break them off. You do that if that's what you want to do. I prefer to put those baits upstream from it, let that scent carry down, and try to get those fish to come out and eat it. You can do it with suspended bait, you know, using bobbers to float baits back over that stuff. But, you know, that would be my advice, especially on a smaller river. And, you know, the other cool thing on a river, depending on what your anchoring abilities are, a lot of these smaller rivers, you can just, if you got a metal boat, John boat style boat, you can beach the boat and fish out the back of it. That's actually a nice, easy way to anchor. Just run it up on a sandy bank and cast some baits out the back upstream of some of those log jams and trees and that kind of stuff. If those trees coincide with some deeper water and some deeper holes, it may, you know, give you a place where you can have some fish that are staging up, especially if you can get upstream from some of those holes. Greenwell Fishing, Dieter Live, what's up? Yes, sir. I'm trying to diversify the content that I'm putting out and try to do a few more lives. Not to the point of doing a weekly show like Catfish Weekly and Palmetto Cats and everybody else has got them. So I'll do some occasionally, especially when it's a good opportunity where I'm not catching a single fish, which is what we've had here for a long time. This is bad, but it's good and great in the sense that I'm getting a chance to talk to you guys. I was told if you want to keep catfish for a fish fry over a period of time, freeze them with salt water. I've heard people talk about that. I mean, honestly, I'm lucky, I'm blessed. If I want to have a fish fry, I'll catch the fish right before I have it. But yeah, if I was fry, I don't know. I guess you could work. I don't know what the purpose of the salt would be. I've heard of putting salt on baits and all that kind of stuff before you freeze them. I don't know what the exact purpose of that is. So I don't know. I've never tried it. So let's see what you got here. Scrolling through. Going out of Jamestown on a 12-foot John boat with only 5 knot wind. Yeah, if you're going to the James in a 12-footer, it better be calm. It better be nice. I'm just looking at my rods. Are my rods still in the rod holders? Yeah. Wow, this is insane. It's crazy. Not a single. And again, we're coming up onto that point now. It's gonna be my last hurrah here on this little point here is, get back to it. Again, there's bait, there's fish, there's stuff going on. I mean, there's stuff right there on the bottom. You can see we're starting to slope up, coming back into about 42 feet of water. It's not gonna get super shallow. We may get it to 35. But you would think if you got a feeding fish, it would be here. All right, so here's a good like talking point. I've dragged this far across deep water. Arches everywhere. Bait everywhere. Haven't caught a fish. What's wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Is it me? Fish that's not biting? It's a good question. For those of you, if you face this situation, sorry, I was adjusting the horizon. This is where I pick up and go somewhere totally opposite. What would I do next? I'd go run up into a creek arm. And when I say creek, when we talk about that on reservoirs, that's an arm that is flooded that looks as big as a lake, but it's just a creek arm. It's where a creek dumps in. It gets wider toward the mouth, and eventually, if you go back up in there far enough, you'll find a little bitty creek. We're in the deeper part of it. I mean, when I say I'll run into Little Creek, okay? Well, the mouth of Little Creek's 55 feet deep. A mile up into it is 30 feet deep. So it's deep water. But I would try some of that. Sometimes those fish pull up into those areas and not so much out here in the deep water. So that's just something to keep in mind. Let me plug my battery in because doing live streams sucks the power out of your phone. Look at that. Man. These little battery things, I've done some videos on them. This is one from Pax Access. I've got another one from Blue Eddy, Bluetti. Y'all might have seen me do a short on it. These things are great for powering stuff. Yeah, you can have a cigarette lighter plug and all that, but this one's got little built-in USBs on it, so you ain't gotta have your little adapter. Turn that thing on. And get this plugged in. Sorry. Power's not on. You gotta turn the power on to it. I've had this thing for a couple of years now, probably about as long as y'all have been watching the channel, and they're pretty cool. Let's know if it's on or not. Let's see. I think it's charging. Usually it goes bink, bink. Hang on, let me turn my volume back on. Hold on, bear with me. Nothing. All right, I guess it's working. We'll find out here in a second if I get a, let me look here, charging. There we go. Last time I was in your live, let's just say it really wasn't my fault. I came bringing nothing because for, hey, Sharina's keeping it real. What is up? How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Last time I seen you, Sharina, you were Captain America, right? I think that's who it was. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. Let me get my little thing back on here. Hang on, let me turn this back. There we go, good. All right, I think it's charging. So, yeah, Sharina was in a Halloween fishing tournament, and she was dressed as Captain America, Mrs. Captain America, whatever the thing was. So anyway, it was her and somebody else had a good costume because they were like homemade costumes. They didn't buy them out of a bag. So those were really good. So good time. I still got your coffee mug, but it usually gets stolen by Grayson for some reason because it's I have mine on the boat. Yours is a perfect size for drinks, and he steals the thing all the time. So anyway, hope you're doing well. Still no fish. There's what looks like, see, I think we're gonna get bit here in about 2 minutes. Let me give these baits time to get on this point. We're up into 32 feet of water. I think we get bit here. I'm really thinking, I'm starting to get some of that on the bottom. All the bait's gone now. If you notice that, all our bait's gone. All that bait stuff we had through here is gone. And this is an echo, by the way, off the drift sock. I don't know how this happens. It only happens when I have a drift sock out. Drift sock's out behind the boat, outside of the cone, but it shows up. There's some stuff moving right on the bottom there. That is most likely not a catfish, but this kind of makes me wonder if there's not some stuff moving. I'm going on a limb and saying in 2 minutes we're going to get bit. That's about arches now to get across the area. So down scan, please. Oh God, we've got a picky viewer here. Down scan. I got to have down scan. Let's see. Hang on. Sorry. Does this help you? Does this any better? Do you feel any better now? Feel any better? I'll scroll back for you. Let's exit out of that. Let's go back. Let's go to this one. I'll scroll back here through down scan. I don't know how far back it was. There's some rocks or something right there on the bottom. You can see that. See, that's not a fish. Where was it? Where was it? There's a fish moving through. There's one off the bottom. There's that one up water column. Does that make you happy? You feeling better about it? Feeling better? I'm saying 2 minutes we get hit. Well, not 2 now. We should be past that. Brutal fishing, brutal catching. It's actually gorgeous fishing, to be honest. It's a beautiful day to be out here, and I just ain't getting bit. I really do think when I pick up and run into one of these creeks, I'm gonna catch some fish. So but it ain't happening right now. So there's life on the bottom. Brutal. Come on, one of these has got to fold. This is a long pull, a very long pull across here. So let me just see if there's any other questions in here. How fast are you moving? Cranky Cat Catfishing. I like that name. Doing about 0.4 right now. My MO in the wintertime is 0.5 or less. If I get down into 0.3, 0.4, 0.2, that's fine. But yeah, through here, I've got a small drift sock out and the motor is running on 1.5. So I'm just using the motor to keep it pulling straight and just slow dragging across here. We got chicken on the white rods. We got fresh white perch, which they're heck 2 hours old now. They're not as fresh as they were, but we got perch over on this. These were fish that were killed this morning. So it's just this deep water experiment is not very, very productive today, but that's why I do it. Sometimes you just got to try some different stuff and you know, see what works. Now, what's bad is you do something like this, and if you're like me, you'll write it off for, you know, eons. Because you go, oh, that didn't work. Ain't no fish out there. It ain't a place to catch them. When somebody could come out here tomorrow and kill them, or come out here a week from now, the conditions are a little bit different, and they could kill them. So it's almost like you need to do your experimenting when the bite is good, not when the bite is bad. Because you at least know fish are biting. I mean, it could be I try everything else out here today and I don't catch a fish anywhere, and it's just bad for whatever reason. So it's almost like you need to do your experimenting when it's good. Here's I'll show you more of these little specimens. I actually pulled up both screens for those of you who are down skin happy. Little stuff on the bottom. Somebody said planer board moving. I'm looking. Right there. Rods are looking good there. Planers over here ain't underwater. No rods folded. That's the normal bend on those medium light rods right there. It's got a little bit of bend to it. Nothing going over there. So, do you have those big hybrid stripers where you're at? No, we don't. We have hybrids, but we don't have big ones. These fish in here are 24 inches. You know, that's what a lot of that stuff was, I believe, back there. We came across earlier, there were some hybrids in there. There was some stuff when first part of this live stream, there was most likely those were hybrids. We don't have big ones. We don't, you know, maybe they'll get that big, but this is a put and take reservoir, meaning that they put them in and the fishermen take them out. This is pretty much a catch and kill fishery. Nobody is into any type of conservation to speak of. Even the guides here who are making money doing guided trips pretty much kill everything they catch. So it's not a place where you're ever going to make it a trophy fishery for hybrids. There's too many people killing them. So that is what it is. The limits are, you know, fairly liberal, and you know, it's just the way it is. But with that said, it's a fun fishery. You know, it's fun to catch them. The bad thing about the hybrids is they won't reproduce, and neither will the stripers. They used to stock stripers in this lake, and you know, before we got populated and heavily fished, you know, there were some decent sized fish in here, but it's you know, they can't reproduce. Everything in here has to be stocked. There's not a long enough river run, you know, here in this system for, you know, stripers to spawn. So you're kind of, you know, they're going to be what you're going to be. Yes, I have 6 rods. One thing in the Carolinas, pretty much anywhere down here, the rod limit on a boat is all of them. That's the way I describe it. You can fish as many rods as you want. It's a lot of you guys can't do that. A lot of parts of the country there's a rod limit, and that's cool. There's a reason for that. I understand it. I think it's more sporting to fish with less rods. And with that said, I fish with 6. So Yeah, I think there's a law of diminishing returns, though. I don't think that having more rods necessarily means you're going to catch more fish to a certain point. I do think I've got a much better chance of catching fish with 6 rods than I do with 1. Do I have a better chance of catching fish with 20 rods instead of 6? Probably not. Just because I think most of these fish are going to come into the scent cone that you're leaving behind the boat, and you don't need 20 rods to do that, especially drifting. Anchoring, maybe, yeah, you can scatter them out all around the boat in every different direction and set up your own little personal trot line. But drifting and trolling, I think there's a law of diminishing returns on just how many rods you put out and whether you're going to catch fish with them or not. But yeah, I think sporting wise, honestly, let's make some people mad. We don't have any tournament fishermen that get into watch my channel, but I'll go ahead and say this. If you want to make catfish tournaments truly about skill and the best catfish fishermen out there, you need to limit the rods to 1 per person. Ooh, yeah. Rod companies like my promotional partners here at Big Cat Fever don't like me anymore when I say that. That's, in all honesty, I mean, let's be honest. That's what drives the tournaments using more rods, the rod and tackle companies. It's better to have a whole bunch of rods. Those beautiful red, white, and blue rod holders from Monster Rod Holders, okay? Steve Douglas don't like me saying, oh, you only want 1 rod because he's only going to sell 1 rod holder. So that's not going to change. If you're truly, truly interested in catching catfish about the best fisherman skill-wise, you'd do something like that. But we don't, and that's just I'm going to say a cultural thing with the catfish fishing world, and it just kind of is what it is. So, so I apologize to everybody I make mad, but when I say that, but I don't pull any punches. I don't say it just to make it sound good and appease everybody. That's just my opinion, the cold hard truth, and my catfish logo is crooked. So I think everybody should only wear 1 piece of fishing clothing. I'm just kidding, catfish. Need a hat. I've actually got my hat and my cutting board. I think that's the only thing I got on there. The rest of it's Grundon stuff. Y'all come out with a Gore-Tex rain suit, catfish, and I think it would look good on the boat. It's got to be Gore-Tex, though, because that's just pretty and sexy. No, the Gore-Tex nice, but it's not for everybody. You can get by with the regular one. Great thing about Grundon's, they got the rubber suits, and they've got a thin rubber suit now. That's a thinner material. It's not as rugged as their traditional stuff, but the thin one I'm going to get my hands on for the monsoons of summer. So anyway, where was I? Double strips on 1 rod. More rods increase probability of tangles and snags. That is true. It does increase your tangles and your snags and all that. Sitting here, well, my wife is getting a stress test done. Listen, Mark. When they're talking to you at the hospital, try to listen to what you're saying. Just mute the AirPods for a second, and focus on what's going on. Hey, listen, like I said, I had somebody in the ER one time that was watching a video and sent me a test. Something happened, they got cut, we're waiting to get stitches, and they were watching the video. So it's very flattering, it's very humbling, it's awesome that happened. So that's pretty cool. Or was I here? Yeah, you can only bump with 1. Big wrench catfish. It makes a good point. That's one thing about the bumping world. Is why when those guys win those tournaments out there, I mean, really with bumping, it's a 1 rod in your hand. It's a lot more, there's more physically, there is more to that type of fishing. With what we do, I mean, let's face it, this is lazy man fishing. I think anchoring's even more lazy man, because you just sit back and lay down and cook breakfast and watch TV and all that. It's a very, lazy. I mean, it's a lazy. Let's be honest. We're not trying to hurt we're not hurting anybody's feeling. When you're sitting with a rod in your hand all day, you're not as active as a bass fisherman that's casting constantly, but the physicality of it, you've got to, that's why the rods are lighter, the bumping rods, because you're holding that thing the entire day. And, listen, you're not roofing a house, but still the physicality level that's involved is different and requires more. So Let's see. Yeah, let's see. But I do love my catfish jacket. Caught fish and crappie. If you have one of those catfish winter jackets, let me tell you guys, that is the hottest jacket. I don't mean hot, sexy looking. I mean, that is a hot jacket. That is a warm jacket. I have taken that thing. I don't bring it out here, I'm gonna be honest. And I told the guys at Catfish, I love you, but I love the jacket more than I love you. I don't want to get it slimy and dirty. That is a warm jacket. That liner, the liner comes out of it. I've got the liner in mine and I use it for cold weather, whatever. I'll throw on a Catfish hoodie and that jacket and I'm warm. And it's a very, very warm jacket. I just don't want to get it slimy because it's pretty. It's got the little orange zippers and it's gray. So yeah, so there you go. I'm funny. Fishing winter. Jim, what is up, Jim? I'm on Lake Norman. What do you think about water depth, fishing, winter, spring, summer, fall? Well, I got a podcast coming out, I think tomorrow or sometime or next week. I talk about that. And honestly, here's one thing we've proven today on Lake Norman. This was a little bit of an experiment. The catfish ain't deep up here. I have been dragging through deep water, doing a little bit of an experiment, fishing some totally different areas than where we fished when you were on the boat with me. And it's a, different, the deep water's not working. There's fish here, there's arches here, there's bait here, but it's not working for feeder fish. And is that because of, a barge? We got a barge. I'm gonna get the barge bite. See that barge? It's actually, we don't have like interstate barges. That's like a construction barge for like a pier or something. So that's as close as we get to a barge bite. And we don't get that's actually a pretty big one. That's interesting. I have not seen one that big out here. I mean, that's nothing compared to what I see on the Tennessee River, Mississippi. But for us, that's a pretty big one. But anyway, I'm telling you, the fish, honestly, what I've seen on guide trips the past 3 days on Wiley, the fish are closer to the bank. It's been 15, 18 feet of water. So there's stuff out here. There's bait out here, but there's not biting fish out here. And I don't think right now, what? We may have a fish on the outside planer. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. That's it. He ate it. See that rod right there? Shook. That's a fish. Let's see if I can get over and catch him. Sadly, I gotta get all my cameras rolling for everything here. Yep, everybody's rolling. All right, see if y'all can see me. Yep, you're on. Boom, hooked up. Hooked up finally after dragging over a mile. Let's do this. Let's let this one roll back. This is where we get a lesson in planer boards. Helping or hurting? Good fish. Good fish. You can see, guys, medium light rod. It's got a lot of bend to it. It's a decent fish. It's not a giant fish. This rod's got a lot of flex on the tip. Oh, still there, still there. Come on, planer. Stay there. Some of the resistance is from the planer. Man, this is a lot of water to cover to not catch a fish. Now, one thing I do not advise is doing this at home. I was gonna pop the board, but I let it fly down because the fish is coming at me now. I like to get the board all the way off the line. know if this fish is nettable. But since we're live, I'm gonna net it. Not a big one, but we'll take it. Yeah. Because any fish caught live is a good fish. Oh, take that. Come on, baby. I do not like having that board flailing around on there. We'll talk about that in a minute. There we go. Straight up and down. He's 18 feet down. I see him on the sonar. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the net job, that's about a 3. He's in the net though. Here. Yo, little fella. We got us a fish. Finally. See, there are catfish in this lake. Y'all thought I was crazy, but there are fish in the lake. Look out. And for those of you keeping score at home, chicken! Let's see what he weighs. Play guess the weight. Let's guess the weight. What do you think he weighs? What do you think he weighs? Ooh. A little bigger than I thought. What does he weigh? What does he weigh? Before you see him, you got to guess what he weighs. You got to guess what he got. You know, you can't see it. You got to guess by the rod bend, my facial reactions, just being totally ecstatic that I caught one. Ooh, ooh. There we go. All right. Let's see if I can get him up here. Ah, no, he's not that big. There he is. He's surprising. It's hard to get a good perspective on him camera-wise. He's longer and thinner. And I know it's kind of hard to tell in the video, but he's 16 pounds. So that's what it ended up weighing. The long fish, not a big belly on it, but longer. So there we go. Happy to have him. They do exist. I told you they did. Hello, everybody. Peter's a great guy. You need to watch his channel because he catches fish and lets us go. And he got rid of that booger grit that hits his lips. All right, we're putting him back. Good fish. Good fish. What do you see? What do you see? I know. Hush. All right. Put you back. Come on. Come on. Let go of it. Let go. Wait. We got stuff stuck. There we go. There we go. All right, you're gone. You're gone. Fishy. You smell that? I don't smell no skunk no more. Boom. This is like watching one of them Elon Musk rocket launches that gets delayed and delayed and delayed, and you keep watching. You finally got a rocket launch. So let me get you, I'll give you some gear talk here. Let me get this stowed away. Turn off the cameras. Turn off the camera. Now, just for the record, I'll get back to you here. See that rod right there bending? Planer board going back? That was a snag. That's what a planer board looks like when it's snagging up. So that was out here in 50 feet of water. Right out. Give you some intel on this stuff here. Let me get that in. Getting the board in, I'll show you this whole setup, this whole rig. Obviously, I went over all this stuff in my videos, but we got new people here, so let me show you what we got here. Give you the breakdown. Again, white rod, that was on chicken. Let me get this planer board off of here. Give you a little tackle talk, rundown. So, starting, fishing rod, big cat fever, medium light trolling rod. That's what we got. Cork handle, ancient mariner reel, Andy, 30-pound monofilament. Back here on the business end, we've got a Santee rig. Got a Hooker's Terminal tackle backstabber circle hook on there. Sorry, it's swinging around, making you dizzy. I know. This one's got just a small 2.5-inch peg float. Piece of 50-pound Andy monofilament leader here. Not the leader material, any of that stuff. It's just regular stuff. Snap swivel, and then a drifting weight. These are Bonetown drifting sinkers that I've been using. I've heard that they may not be in business anymore. I do not know if that's true. Some people have had problems reaching out to them. I don't know what the deal is with them, but these are what I got on here. I've also been using the Santee drifters from Jimmy down on Santee Cooper. He makes them. His is a breakaway sinker, a little different design. Either one of them work. You can put a 2-ounce bank sinker on here. These are flexible. The thing that makes a drifting sinker what it is, these things are flexible. And this, in theory, helps going across stuff. I use a snap swivel to connect everything. You can use a sinker slide. Snap swivel works better, especially if you're anchored. Because what'll happen is, this cork, if you're anchored and you got a sinker slide on here, you get slack in your line, that cork's gonna float your bait up higher. The whole theory is here, let me get this back, is that this is on the bottom, and this here floats the bait up off the bottom, and as it's floated up, your bait comes through behind it and it's kind of free and suspended. So, and it goes bouncing over stuff. As you can see, we've not snagged anything up here all day. And this is a long drag through here. So bottom line, let's see work. And then this was on a planer board, B-Cat planer boards. They've got a EVA type foam on them. Very durable. It takes a beating. You're gonna bite a hole in it. You could, I guess, but anyway, metal, and they'll even personalize them for you. That's got my number on there and everything in case you lose one. This here end clips to your fishing line. This goes toward the back, towards your rig. This clips onto the line. You put the line on there, fishing line on, boom, that's locked on. That's why when I knocked it loose, it was still on the fishing line, okay? That stays secured. On this end is the clip. Any of you guys that have fished for walleye, striper, anything like that, yeah, I did bit that, Sharina. I did bite that. You bit that. I did bit that. I bit it, yeah. Because I'm just like that, you know. Anyway, this end clips to your line. If you fish for stripers, walleye, anything like that, you'll know that most of these clips are like a clothespin. They stay closed all the time, and it pinches onto the line, and when you set the hook, you pop the line loose and it comes off. These are different. These actually clamp down onto the line. Boom. All right, it's got this little lever thing. They found these things for me at BCAT. They work perfect for my style of fishing. You'll see there's a little peg in there. That helps hold your line on. Then there's rubber on both sides of that. And boom, it clamps down, holds your line on. So you're asking yourself, why do you do that? If I'm dragging and I get stuck out here and I have to break these off, okay, this will most of the time stay attached to your line. Sometimes your line will pull out, your line will pull through it, or whatever. Most of the time it'll stay attached. And what this enables you to do is reel your planer board in. Otherwise, you got to reel everything in and go back and get your planer board because it's sitting out there floating in the water. So that's why I use the BCAT boards. There's a lot of boards out there. They all work. They all do the job. It's just they're going to do things differently. I started out using striper boards, little bitty small ones, the water bugs, designed to pull, you know, live baits, suspended, no weight, free lines, that kind of stuff. They don't work for doing this. They can't pull the heavier weights. There's some other people that make them. I've tried them. They work. For these though, with this foam that they use, and they put some craftsmanship into, I don't know how they get that up in there, and it's like hot glue, something or another. They work. The weight of this seems to be good for my speed of drifting when I'm pulling. And this bar, by the way, this one only works on the starboard side. Now, I can change this board. This here piece is removable. You can take this off, put it on this side so it'll run on the port side of the boat. So that's another cool thing about them. But they make different clips. If you like the ones that release, they got those too. So anyway, I'm gonna rebait and put these back in the water. So I'll show you the size chicken I'm using. Chicken size is very important, guys. Everybody on guide trips is like, you use small pieces of chicken. Yep, even Jimmy, when I fished with him on Santee Cooper, who uses it a lot, it makes the drifting weights, Santee drifter weights. He said, you use little pieces of chicken. Yep, not big. That's I think those are 5/0 hooks. Small piece of chicken. Reason being, I'll get into that in a second. Let me get this one set. I'll show you how this works. So as I was bringing that fish in, I let the other planer board go out. It worked this time. The fish was coming straight in. That line went out. I got in on this side of them. It was magical. That one's out now. I'll cast this one out in between them. So what I want to do, chunking that out, and I'm gonna let line come off of the reel. I'm gonna let that rig get all the way to the bottom. Okay, we're back in 60 feet of water. And you can see, still going out, still going out, still going out. Ancient Mariner reel, by the way. I got every color they make. If nothing else, they look good. And here we go. It's taking a while. Dang. There. Line stopped going. This is when I attach my planer board. So what I'll do, take the line, clip the back end on, and then clip this forward facing. Trust me, you will do this backwards eventually and it's okay. But you want the bow, the point, just like a boat, facing the direction your boat's going. Boom. Drop it in the water. I will let line go out. All right, guys, you've got one job to do, okay? And that's to remind me in about a minute. See that planer board right there? It's drifting back. What's gonna happen is it's just gonna go straight back behind the boat. Line's coming off. Your job is to remind me in about 2 minutes to knock that in gear. Once it's halfway back here, I'll knock it into gear. The line's going out on that reel right now. When I knock it in gear, you're gonna see it swim out that way. I wanna put it right in between those two. What you will do, if you're me, is forget to knock it in gear, and the thing will be 12 miles out there in the water. So you'll have a much bigger spread than you were actually looking for. But anyway, where were we? We caught a fish. Y'all were here for it. At least some of you were. I saw somebody a minute ago, so Yeah, plastic fish grips. Yes, Big Daddy. The reason I'm using those, honestly, I keep them on here. I still got the boga grip. Boga grip's great for smaller fish. I'm keeping track of a bunch of data for the biologists. I did this several years ago, and they used it in a big research project, and we're continuing that now. So I've got them on the boat because I can, I know exactly how much they weigh, and I can weigh the fish easier and get an exacting weight. With the digital scale, it will give me the exact weight on those fish versus the boga grip that's in half-pound increments. So it just gives me a little bit better. All right, you see how it's going back there? It's just kind of going straight. Still letting out some line. Give me a minute here. All right, I'm gonna knock it in gear, and you'll see it start to go doop out to there. And again, that creates our spread that we have here. And you'll see it starts to go out. Now, when you knock it in gear, it pulls the line tight, it adds resistance to it, and it does what I calling swimming out. Boop. Yep, the old boop. And she's out there and she's spread. So, yeah, we caught a fish. That one was kind of on the bottom end of that point that we came out. So it was kind of in a nondescript kind of nothing kind of special kind of area, and that's one that is, you know, it'll make you pull your hair out. Coffee's getting colder, I'm running out, but yeah, it worked. We caught a fish. So like I said, not a giant in the terms of catfish, but a fish I'm happy to catch. A fish I'm happy to, I'd love to have somebody catch that on a guy trip. That's anytime you get anything in the teens, I'm always happy. You get a fish up into the teen size wise. And good question. Who was that answered that or asked that? Rod Knockers Fishing said, is it worth swinging around and trying again? That is a great question. Short answer, no. Okay, you can go ahead and go get your coffee now because I answered it and it's quick and to the point. Here comes the 20-minute Dieter diatribe. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, we had an area we drug down a bank. We caught 2 or 3 fish, and we turned around and came back through it. Here's what we did. We were going one way with the wind. We turned around, got to the end of it, turned and trolled back up through it. We didn't catch a single fish. Sometimes it is worth doing that. If you get an area, if I was catching fish all the way across this thing, let's say I got to this point and I've got 8 fish in the boat, I'd go back and make another drift. Here's what I found doesn't work. For one fish, no, I would not, especially on this bite today. This is hideous fishing. Catch rate's horrible. I would not go back just because I caught 1 fish. If I caught a bunch of them, yeah, here's what I think does not work. And yesterday proved it, and I talked with my guide trip clients about this, is turning around and going back this way. I swear that when you get a place where you're catching fish consistently, you know, and you're drifting in one direction, it's there goes a board right there. That could be, oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see the way that went back? That was a bite. That was the center planer board. I seen that happen right there. It went streaking back very quickly. That was a fish. I'm gonna give it a minute and check the bait on it, but that was a bite. That's what you want to see. We're going pretty slow. What are we doing here? 0.3. So yeah, when you get one accelerating that quickly, that was a fish. We'll see if it comes back and takes it. It's one of the bigger baits, I think. So, but yeah, the one thing I don't do is go the opposite direction. I wouldn't turn around and go back from this way because I think those fish get staged up looking a certain way. And I think that has to do with plankton moving through the water, bait fish moving with the plankton, and, you know, them following it or something. It's just, I've never had good luck making a 180-degree turn and going back through. So anyway, we'll see here. We're coming into, man, that would have been nice to get another one. And that would have left me asking, what's different here? It's a good question. And to be perfectly honest, I don't see a lot. So, Yeah, no, it's it that I was coming off the end of that point. So there's not anything really dramatically crazy different. What is the best place to get a weight sling? Where's the best place to get a weight sling? That's a good question, Steve. My buddy that fishes down at the Buster Boyd ramp, he uses one. And I think they use them for fishing, for weighing like muskie and some of those other big, long fish. And I'm not sure where to get one of those. Those really come handy for big fish. I weigh most of my big fish in a net. And while it's not ideal, because even the net I've got for monster rod holders, it's kind of a rubber coated net, it's protective. Still, you got all the little knots on there. It's not exactly good for the slime coat on the fish. And the slings are better just because they're laid up in there. Like somebody just said there, who was that? Was that Bobcat that said that? Yeah, Bobcat Outdoors off eBay. eBay, Amazon, I'm sure everybody on there has got them. The weight slings, you could almost make one if you wanted to put the effort into it. But, you know, yeah, I'm sure you can get them on Amazon pretty affordable. Amazon, I like to support the local tackle places. So if you got somebody like Big Fish Outfitters or, you know, one of those kind of places. Tackle Bandit may have them. Check with Nate over at Tackle Bandit and see if he has them. You know, check those places. Hooker's Terminal Tackle, they've got a bunch of stuff. Check them out, see if they got one. But yeah, I don't know if anybody makes a special one or a good one. It'd be nice to have one that's halfway collapsible so you could fold it up and carry it with you easier. But I use the net. It's probably not the, you know, with a sling, it's easier. It depends on how they're made. You still got to get the fish into it and latch. I don't know, just net seems easier for me. Let's see what we got here. Jim got a good question. Some people claim the sound of transducer scares off fish. Somebody asked me that on a guide trip the other day. I don't think it does. You know, I don't think fish are smart. Actually, fish are not smart. Fish have very little intelligence, and I don't think it may be directly underneath the boat. It may annoy the crap out of them or something. But you gotta remember that transducer cone is shooting straight down underneath the boat, and what you're seeing is directly underneath your boat in that cone shape that comes down. It's about 1/4 the depth of the water, so you know, it's a very small area that it's actually getting into. You know, your striper guys, you know, when they're out here striper fishing and they see bait and inactive stripers, they'll break out the thumper or the net handle, and you hear this. They'll start doing that. Hear that thump, thump, thump? They do that to, you know, supposedly it's similar to a bait fish. I've never heard a school of bait fish make a noise like that, but I think it may strike some interest. A lot of times when I'm anchored up flathead fishing shallow water, I do turn my sonar off if for no other reason. One, it does me no good sitting in shallow water. But if there is a difference, who knows? I don't worry about it. That's what it comes down to. That's if it is and I'm scaring fish off, then I guess I scared some fish off in the process there. What we got here? Big Carp Tackle has weight slings. Yeah, Matt, that's probably a good place that would have that kind of stuff, because I know weighing carp, that would be a place that would use something like that. So, good point, good point. Yeah, sorry, you're straight. Trey's Bird. I thought that was Trey Bard. I was like, okay. Sir, your streams are great. What size of Mariner are you using? I think they call them a 6,000. I'll go look. Yeah. It's a 6,000. It's a 6,000. For what I do, that works fine. They got some big ones. They got me and I haven't done anything with it. Their next size up, he did like this super tune on it, similar to what I had done on that Chrome Rocket that I had, and that thing was, I hadn't brought it out and fished with it. It's got a lot more line capacity. You know, I use a pretty good bit of line, but it's not like a super duper amount like offshore fishing. Like this one's low, and you know, I'll probably need to respool it when I get back, but I always leave a pretty good bit of backing on there. I don't take all of the line off when I respool. I just respool down probably 2/3 of the spool, so. So out there sitting at work wishing I was on a lake. Well, I'm blessed to be here. I'll tell you that. So, the thermal for snipers is best in stocked weights. I would think they stock legs. The thermal mimics something they do in farms when they feed them. Very interesting, Michael Davis. We've got trained fish here with conditioned responses to come eat. That's interesting that it works that way. It seemed like I'd heard that theory before somewhere, but who knows? That's interesting. Trying to scroll back a little bit, and then just joining, Mike. Why? I think somebody answered your question, but yeah, the white rods, the catch the fever, medium light trolling rods, chicken. That's what we've caught one fish on. Over 2 hours of fishing in this live stream. These here, the Hellcat rods are not live perch, fresh perch. I'm gonna check that middle planer board real quick. It looked like it got slammed just a second ago. That one may have had a fillet on it. I'm gonna check it and see, just make sure we still got bait. I really should check the chicken baits. I may check those too, so bear with me. I shouldn't have fished this long without checking the baits. To be perfectly honest, I would normally have checked those things, but I love talking to you guys. So let me knock this up here so you can at least see what I'm doing. I'll try to talk to you. Stay with me. Good time to go to the bathroom or go get a cup of coffee. Vibrated loose. There we go. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna freshen up the bait. There's another long point that comes across here, and I'm gonna drift this all the way across. I'd planned to end this stream a while back, but I'm gonna go a little while longer. Put on some fresh death and see what happens. Oh, look at there. I can tell you what, it was a fillet. Here's something interesting. If you do anything with drift rigs, see it right there? That was a fish. That cork was back up the line. Another thing, decent fish. Watch when I turn this cork. You're gonna see the bite mark on that thing. See that right there, that little indentation? That's where a fish bit the cork. The cork was back up here. You gotta remember, down here in 60 feet of water, it's pretty much completely dark. That fish probably sensed this cork more than it did this. Came up, bit this, and it slammed down here. And when that happens, it doesn't allow a hook set to happen. So that's exactly what happened. But you can see that indentation right there where that fish crushed that cork. That's the rounded side. That makes me want to cry. That would have made Sharina proud of me if I would have caught that fish, because that would have been a big one. So, rebait, get them back out there. Fresh piece of death. Okay. Nice piece of meat on there. Nice fresh strip. Yeah, and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna chunk this out to the side. I'm gonna reel in the inner board. This will be my outer board when I get these running. So, that one out. See, let that go, let that sink. This is a little bit of the, what I was talking about, just learning how all your stuff works. I kind of got a system here. This is gonna be different for you guys. Everybody sets their stuff up different. It's kind of the way I work mine. I casted that one out. It's going to the bottom. I'm gonna let it hit on bottom. I still got line going off. Get this one in. This was the outer one. And I'll get this one in out of the way. All right, the one I just casted out is on bottom. I'll just take this board off. Different color than the other ones. Rigged up for the port side. Boom. Clip this on. Boom. Pow. Put this one into the water. Pow. That one will slowly start going out. I'll finish reeling this one in. All we're doing, guys, is checking bait. People ask how long I go between checking bait. Not 2 hours generally. We got here. Twist it. There we go. Bada bang, bada bang. If you just tuned in, I'm just checking bait. How can something not eat that? I mean, look at that. Jeremy's Tournament Cats, thank you. Look at that, a big old chunk of gut loving. I'll freshen it up. Oh, how can it? Oh. That's just love right there now. It's love. Down again. Let that one lift straight back. This one here should have a perch head on it. Oop, not knock the rod and water. Try to keep that out of the drift sock. Boom. That bait. I mean, why would something not eat that? They just don't like us. New bait. We'll cut a whole side off of that one. We'll stick him on there. See if anyone will eat that one. Now what you can do is what I'm getting ready to do here. I pitch the boards out. Once you mess with them a while, you can do that. I'm just going to put this one out right behind the boat. Let that go all the way to the bottom. Mainly because I don't have the other board all the way out yet. Let this one hit bottom, and then I'm gonna clip my board on. Then I'm gonna check these chicken baits because I have been dragging these things a long time. By the way, thank you guys. There's a lot of people in here watching this. Ooh, there's fish on top of the water. I think that was a striper. Ooh, there's bait all down here. I'll show you guys in a second what this sonar screen looks like. I think I'm in a place with too much bait, to be perfectly honest. So let's get all the way on the bottom. Okay. Put my board on. Any of you guys that are tuning in new to well, I'm fishing for catfish. You may not fish for catfish. You may be fishing for some other fish. We're trolling for catfish. Using planer boards. This is getting really confusing. If you guys aren't into fishing for catfish, you're probably wondering, what's this idiot doing? Well, I'm wondering the same thing because I've only caught one fish so far today, but it works. The technique works. Trust me. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, we got magic and goodness on that side of the boat. Let me check these other ones. I'm gonna let those boards roll out. Guys, there's a fish on this. I just picked that up and felt it go. I think it's a fish. Hang on, I hadn't rolled down on it yet. I ain't felt the head move on it. Oh, that is a fish. Hit it right when I picked the rod up. Unreal. I don't know if it's because I picked it up and it moved it a little bit and he hit it, but he took it. Dadgum, that's crazy. I'll take them any way I can get them, okay? By the way, if you're keeping score, we ain't got this fish in yet. It's on chicken. So normally, I don't net these fish. But when you've caught so few and it's a live stream, I'm netting them. All right, get your bets on the weight now. Get your bets on the weight. I'll see, some of you cheated. You waited till you saw me lift it before you started guessing on the weight. Y'all cheated. I can't believe I caught a fish checking bait. That's not the first time that's ever happened. Hey, somebody go message Lyle Stokes, Catfish Weekly, and just let him know what's happening here with these fish eating chicken. Y'all saw those baits. Those were beautiful baits. I ain't lying to you. Fresh, dead perch. Fish out of this lake. And what are they hitting? Got another one going. Another one going right there. See that board there? Fish on. Easy. Brother, you may get eat. Oh, no, I can get that out of you. It's a small one. What are we? 7 pounds. I thought I was going to have to eat him. He wasn't hooked that bad, though. 7 pounder. Nice little fish.
Tanner's a great guy. He lets me go in his foot and it hurts he loose. Oh.
Yeah, little fish. Let's chunk that one. Good fish. Good fish. Shoot. He gone. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think we got a fish on that middle planer board. We'll put a chunk of chicken back on here and get this back out. Straight out the back, and then I'm gonna get this middle one. Hopefully he stayed hooked up. Good. Slime off of there. I don't know if he's still on. Let me see. Nah, that board folded over is coming at me. I think that one got away. Good time to check bait anyway. Anytime I get hit, this one got off. Anytime I get hit on chicken baits, it's a good idea to check them because they come off. Boom, yep. Just didn't need it. It's got the slime on there. You can tell it got hit. Not sure if he popped a cork or cork's not hit bad. Might have got the back end of it. But we had some love. Chunk them back out. System going here. Go down. We'll check the bait on the outside one. Y'all getting to see the whole process taking place here. It's interesting though, 2 hits. That one was definitely a hit on the planer. Try not to get snagged in this line. Still got bait. So right there shows you guys, we pulled bait all the way across there. Nothing came off. It's just a very, very dead sea of stuff. See here, let's get this one hooked back on. I'll let that one plane out just a little bit, and then I'll get this other one in place in between it. Great, great crew of people, man. 170 people. Thanks for dropping by to watch. I'm glad we caught at least. Oh, wait. Click. Got another one. Chicken. Lyle Stokes, are you watching? Chicken. So you're asking yourself, why were those fish here? To be honest with you, turn my cameras off. I have no idea. I have no idea why all of a sudden put a fish in the boat and then another one hits one of the baits. Just a couple of active fish. Who knows? Are we getting into an area that's holding some fish? So, hey, Rustic Outdoors, hold that thought. Let me get this other bait in. We'll talk about it. I try not to think and figure it out too much. I'm just happy when it happens. There's one thing you can say though. Sometimes consistency, stick-to-itiveness, covering water, it helps. Granted, we didn't caught any monsters, but we caught 2 fish. So, and another one we might have had. So, let me get this hooked up. We'll talk about those reels. Boom, that's in gear. Put my net up. All right, so where were we? Remind me, I gotta knock the pink reel into gear. Okay, try to get this to where you can see everything behind me. All right, so Ancient Mariner reels. What are my thoughts on them? Well, I've used them for a while. I got one early on when I started my channel, and they became a partner on the channel this year for next year. here's the deal. And again, brutally honest, here's the advantages to an Ancient Mariner reel. One, they're affordable. You can get into a round reel that is affordable. Comes with a power handle. That's a positive. The other thing, okay, they're the only round reel made that has a lifetime warranty on them. Now, that lifetime warranty is probably only good for as long as the man who owns the company is alive. I don't know what the structure and legacy deal is in place for that, but nobody else gives you that warranty. So you got that going for you. Knock that in gear. Now, are they an heirloom reel like an Abu Garcia 6500 Chrome Rocket? No, they're not. They're not. They're round. They got a power handle. They're not in that same class of reels, okay? But with that said, depending on how you're fishing, on how much you're fishing, whether you just want to try a round reel to see if you're going to like it, it's a very affordable option. They are not a replacement for an Abu Garcia, and I've told people that comparing the two is not really a fair comparison. It is like comparing a Lamborghini to a Prius, okay? They're both cars. They both move you from one point to another. They'll both get you there. You got heat, you got air conditioning. They both do the job, but they're two different products, and the value, long-term value, is going to be different. Same thing in the car comparison. So you've got to keep it in perspective for what it is. Like I said, for now, with the lifetime warranty that is in place, for the price point, compared to all other reels in that same price point, that is what a snag looks like. See how that is going back? That right there. It's pulling, pulling, pulling. That's hung on something, okay? Let's see if you can see it. Yeah, see how that's bending right there? That is what a snag looks like. See how the board's going down? All right, boom, it popped loose just then. That's what a snag looks like when you're trolling and pulling planer boards. So yeah, in that price point, for what they are, I think they're a good option. They're in the same class as the PC Fun you've seen me use, Cast King, the Slime Cat reels that I've had on here. They're in that same kind of class of reel. So keep it in perspective for what you're spending, what you're getting. That's my take on them. I'm using them. I use them on guys. Oh, I got to knock this other reel in gear. Hang on. If I catch a fish on that red reel, it's going to take a long time to reel it in. I let out too much line. Anyway, they'll catch fish. I use them on my guy trips. I use them daily. I have no problem with them. So the other thing about these reels, any of these reels like the Ancient Mariner or any of these other less expensive round reels, use them within the range they're designed for, okay? Don't go put a 120-pound braid on one of these things, cast it into a pile of brush, and then get snagged and then expect to strip against the gears trying to break the line. They're not built for that, guys. They're built for 15-pound, 17-pound, 20-pound line. I'm probably overfishing them in the size line that I'm running on. The drags aren't built for that. You got to fish them within the reality of what they're built for. So you do that, you'll have a good time, you'll enjoy it. So let's see, where were we? It's raining on me. I'm gonna get wet. So you're gonna get to see the Grundon Gore-Tex rain suit in a first-hand rain. There's a fish. There's a fish right there. Corner rod. I call corner rod the red one. I said it's gonna be a pain to reel in. Guess which one got hit? I think there's a fish on it. I think he's there. Let's go catch him. Let's catch him up. Let's catch him up. All right, guys, 12 miles of dragging baits, and I'm gonna catch 2 within 10 minutes. Hooked up. Hey, fish. In case you're keeping track, chicken. Somebody get Lyle Stokes on the phone. Somebody get Lyle on the phone. Get him watching. Lyle Stokes, you need to be watching this. That old chicken I got 3 baits right over here. 3 of them. Fresh, dead perch. Chicken. Boom. Why are we catching them all of a sudden after that big long drag? Why here? Looking at the bottom, nothing all that different. This is not a big fish. I'm gonna nurse it. Part of the reason is I'm doing a live stream over my shoulder, so I want everybody to see it. Oh, he's a good eater, size. Good eater. Oh, am I gonna lift him or net him? Lift him or net him? Is he hooked good? Is he hooked good? Is he hooked good? He's throat hooked. There we go. This one may get the knife. He is throat hooked. Look, let's see. Small one, but we got him. Somebody said the most horrible sound in the world is me pulling the hook out of a catfish. If you don't like cringy sounds, hold your ears. Get the bait out of the way. This bait to where I can see the hook. Doing my dental work here. Oh, got bait in the way. Sorry guys, working on finding where the hook's at. You know what? I'm not in the mood to clean fish today. I'm gonna let him on that one. There we go. Little one, big great eater. He's gonna get to take the hook. I hope I catch him in 20 years. He's a little bit bigger. We'll take him. Chicken. He gone. I don't want to brag on chicken or anything, but I'm going to. If you want to catch fish, the stuff works. All right, let's do this. Like I said, guys, you're seeing it firsthand. This is live, okay? This isn't like some edited thing where, oh, Dieter works for Tyson Chicken. He's just working a, listen, this works. So here's a good example, okay? I just cut that hook off on a fish, all right? My snell knot. This is why you use this snell knot, okay? I hate when people say okay after you say something and then I'm doing it. Here, I'm gonna show you why. This is why this knot works. This is why using the uni knot is the best way to go. Unlike some of these, what do they call them, easy snell knots and all this other stuff and blah, 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 blah. Take this stupid knot off this other hook. Hang on. Hang. Somebody's asking about line. Line? The line I've got on here is monofilament. The braid I'm using now is Andy braid on my perch and crappie rods. All right, so here's why. So I cut that hook off, all right? That fish swallowed that hook. I didn't want to rip it out of its mouth and kill it. Being all PETA friendly here on the live stream. So I've got my rig, okay? Everything tied, I've got the hook off the end of it, okay? If I was using the easy snell knot where you come back through and blah, 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 I would have to cut all this loose, pull the cork off, snell the hook, and then tie the leader back on. With this, I go through the eye. Just like that. Let me get the pigtail off the other hook that was on there. dealing with this. Yeah. Come off of there. There we go. One more time. Let's do it in real time. Come through there. Boom. Line is laying parallel to the shank of the hook. All right. Luckily, I've got enough leader material on here. Make a loop. Pinch it with my finger. All right. We're seeing this. I think if I put it right there, you'll see it better. Now I'm going to wrap it around. How many times? 2, 3, 4, 5. You're a person of the Bible. You go 7 times. It's God's strong number. And just hold it tight. Bam. Like a boss. You've got a snell knot. All right. Again, you don't have to untie and cut everything to make sure it's in place. And what you can do is you can pull down on that tag in a little bit. There we go. And then I trim it off and it's good to go. So that is why this knot, I think, is a better way to snell a hook. Hey, and guess what? I've got a video on how to do it. So, got enough leader left. I'll put this halfway close to the end of it. We're gonna chunk out another piece of chicken, see if we can get one. Oh, is that number? Oh, wait. That was, I didn't do it, did I? Yeah. Putting that meat on the hook. Look at that goodness. What's the fish called? Let that one drop down. Stay with me. I'm going to put my bait in the cooler. I'm going to save that for tomorrow because it ain't working today. Woo! This is the longest live stream I think I've ever done. This is unreal. It's really amazing I got this many people on here. Thank y'all for stopping by and watching. If you're new to the channel, well, it's your fault. You're still watching. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for stopping by if you're new to the channel. I've also got a podcast, Dieter Melhorn Fishing. It's the same thing on all of the popular podcast platforms. And I've got Dieter Melhorn Fishing on Facebook. Now that I said that, the channel will probably go downhill because YouTube will cancel me or something. But anyway, I'm all over the place. DieterMelhornFishing.com. There's a link to all my stuff on there. So that's who I am. If you're new, thank you for stopping by. If you're a regular watcher and listener, you should have learned your lesson already. No, thank you guys for coming back. Thank you for following me and tuning in and checking all this stuff out. I'm glad. Is there anybody that's been here the entire live stream today? Okay. You deserve a medal because those of you that tuned in late to this podcast, or live stream, okay. Matt Jones is saying, yeah. Whoever tuned in has been here since the beginning, Fishing with Billy. If you came earlier, you missed it. We just had a flurry within the past 45 minutes and put 3 fish in the boat and had 1 come off. The first hour and a half of this, there wasn't a fish caught. And then magically, poof, I caught some. Am I in the right place? Is it time of day? Or are they just feeding now? So, anyway, so yeah, there you go. There you go. It's who knows why. This is one of them things where, and this is one of those drifts too that's just, I mean, how far, I'm going to look real quick here, guys, just to see how far I can measure this real quick. We're into this drift. You know, I checked it earlier and we were right at a mile. We are And this is one of those places on this lake where you can pull this off. Mile and a half into this drift is how long I've been pulling across here. And just going to show you what's going to happen here. I'll show you real quick. We're coming out of this relatively big flat area. I'll show you those fish that we caught. We came off that point that I thought may have some fish, didn't really have them. We caught the first fish right down here on the edge of it. That was the one that was like, whatever it was, 16 pounds or whatever. We had another one somewhere in here, and it's been across kind of this little flat area here. This is just where this creek, it's an old creek bottom that comes out here. And we're up to here. We're gonna come across this point, this little underwater little hump here. And it's actually a point that extends off the shore up here. We're gonna see if there's any fish in there. I'm gonna drag it all the way. Stick with me. Go for it. I'm probably going to drag it all the way to the other side here, just for the heck of it at this point. I'm going to see what's on this hump if anything hits. So anyway, y'all have asked a bunch of questions, and I missed almost all of them in this flurry of stuff. Where are you fishing today? Yeah, let me bring everybody up to date. I am fishing on Lake Norman, which is in North Carolina, just northwest of Charlotte. Largest man-made lake, totally inside of North Carolina. Fishing, the whole premise behind today's trip was to fish deep and try some deep water fishing, which I don't normally do in the winter necessarily, but I decided to try it up here. Had some intel, there were some fish in the area back up there. That didn't produce, but I just kept on going. I've got kind of a straight shot across here and decided to pull all of it and see what happened. So these last few fish have come out of about 60 some feet of water, and that's kind of the thinking here. White rods, if you just tuned in, are all chicken breasts, small pieces, chicken breasts. I baited some up, very small pieces. The rods, the green ones, the Hellcats, are all cut bait, bigger pieces of cut bait. So if you think the big fish hit the big baits, we got that. We had one pull down on it, and that's it. I had a planer board go back. Fish didn't hook up. It looked like it hit the cork instead of the bait. So that's kind of what happened on that end. So 3 fish, they've all come off of the chicken bait. So all dragging the same rigs. There's no real difference in anything. So that's kind of the rundown on what we're doing. Calm day, water temperatures around, I don't have water temperature on this screen, get there, 56, 57 degrees. So that's kind of where we're at. Fish Impossible was asking any size to them. The big one was 16, and then there were the other 2 were smaller ones, single digit fish, 7 pounds, and the last one was, I don't know, 3, 4 pounds, I don't even remember. But so yeah, that's kind of what the deal is. Was hoping for some bigger fish in here. I'll be honest, I haven't seen any really like, oh my gosh, there's the big arch kind of deal. So I haven't really seen them. Like I said earlier, I don't know that this is the best place to catch fish. My gut is this, but I wanted to try it, and that's why I was on here doing this live feed. And yeah, it's been deep. Some people ask about depth. This is deeper water. I've been coming through 30 plus all day, and it's not what I would consider productive in all honesty. I mean, we've is it 3 fish? I have to keep counting. Yeah, 3 fish, and the one that we had another one over here on the planer board that popped off. So I mean, we've had 5 bites. We put 3 fish in the boat. So there we go. Someone asked if I was going to CatCon. Sharina, no, I'm not going to be at Catfish Conference this year. It's in February. It's the week after Daytona 500. I'll be there. I've got a commitment going on that weekend. So I am not going to make the Catfish Conference this year, which just ain't no fun. So I hate it. I've been there for the past several years, but I'm going to miss this one. So, yeah, that's going to suck. But if y'all get a chance, get out there. It's a great show. Everything catfishing in the world is there, except for me this year. And there we go. So let's see who we got on here. Is that the lake where the ice bowl tourney is? Rod Knockers Fishing. No. The lake you're talking about is Kerr Lake. Kerr Lake is on the North Carolina, Virginia border. And that's where the ice bowl will be. I think it's the fourth weekend of January. It's up in the air as to whether or not I'm gonna make that tournament. I went up there and filmed some stuff last year, and yeah, so yeah. Somebody asked if they can get a pit pass for Daytona 500. Probably not. That's the hardest race to get any credentials for, just because it's the first one of the year and all the sponsors gobble up everything. And yeah, that's a tough one to get one for. So, sorry, probably can't help you on that one. Current Gaston are my home waters. Yes, sir. Beautiful stuff there. Takedown catfishing. I fish Kerr. I've never fished Lake Gaston. I need to get down there. I want to go tape some stuff down there. There's a bunch of people in the eastern part of the state that I want to fish some stuff, tape some stuff with, and I need to get down there. What cameras do I use? The stuff I got in here is, thank you, Pontoon Jody Catfishing. Bait fun. I love it. Chicken is getting expensive. Honestly, $5. $5. Got a piece of fish line in my mouth. $5. That will get me a lot of catfish bait. People say, oh, chicken's expensive. It is. I mean, it's more than it was. But honestly, $5, that will, you know, I can get a small package of chicken breast. I will fish on a chicken breast all day long. I mean, I use small pieces, and that's the key. And I really believe that they key on chicken breasts when they're feeding on smaller stuff like mussels, aquatic snails, and I don't think they're hitting big baits. I fished it side by side with Jimmy down on Santee Cooper. He was using the big baits. I caught more fish. Oh, there goes one. There goes one. I think we got one going right there. I think we got one there. Middle planer board. Which one? Middle. I gotta move my finger right. Yep, she going. She going. She getting bit. She getting bit. Hold on. Hold on. Fire it up here. Let's see if we can get over to it before it gets off. Yep, that fish is on. He is on. He's on. Just camera there. There we go. Hooked up. Pinky again. Pinky again. I don't know why we drifted this entire way, and right now we're going to get hit in this last little section here. I got a theory on why that is. I'll explain that in a second. Get this planer board off. This is the way I get planer boards off when I'm by myself. And I know it's on a monster fish. The trick is you got to keep tension on the rod the whole time to keep the rod tipped down. So it's great on a guy trip. Two people can do it. You can do it a lot easier. That'll work. I got a theory on why I'm catching them all of a sudden. That's a theory. It's not a giant, but any fish. During a live stream is a good one. I'm doing a live stream in case y'all are wondering. It's a long one too. I've got some patient people. If you watch the live stream, comment in the section below. If you watch the entire live stream, well, sorry you had nothing productive to do that day. All right, let's get this fish over out of the way here. There we go. I'm gonna net it. Going for the net, just because we want to see what it looks like. That right there, guys, is where my ballet training comes in. Like that ever happened. All right, let's get him here. 60 feet of water. 60, oh, I could lift him in. I should have. It's gonna be easier to lift than it is the net, because it's gonna get all wrapped up in the net. Channel catfish. Channel cat. 60 feet deep. There it is. Some truth to the deep water fishing. Shoot! Look at there. Happy, happy. Nice little channel cat, a little bit of mud. Eating that chicken. He gone. All right. All right. All right. Let me get this one baited back up. I had something I was going to talk about. I forgot what it was. Oh, my theory on why I'm catching fish now. I think it comes down to two things. Let that get in the water. Pick this net up. Why do I put my net up every time? Somebody asked me in a minute, I'll explain that. That board out. Get that going. That's on bottom. I'll need this in just a second. Somebody's asking about cameras. I'll explain that too. Let that board get out. What I did was I just put that board back out, new bait on it. So I'm letting that board go out, playing out a little bit. So that's what's going on there. Thanks for everybody dropping by. Appreciate it. Great crowd in here. Are you using Ancient Mariner reels? Yes, Pontoon Jody. Every one of them is Ancient Mariner. That's what I'm going to be using this year. The only difference is the Runsell reels that I'm using on the spinning stuff. And that's a mess. How did that happen? That was probably when I left the plug out of the boat. Yeah. Anyway, that got flipped. Let me get that thing. I'm using these Runsell reels, R-U-N-C-L, this year on some of the lighter spinning tackle. They're just affordable reel. Got a bunch of different sizes. Any of you guys that want to use spinning tackle to catch catfish, it works. It works fine. Just get something bigger than this. This is a pretty small series. But yeah, those are the Runsells. That's it. All right, we're fishing. It's starting to rain. So anyway, where was I? I don't have my Bimini top up. I may put it up. I may have to because of the phone. Am's Jams, thank you, son. Here's some hot chocolate with marshmallows. Oh, from Rich and Melhorn Rock Hill. Oh, that's just cruel. That is just cruel that you're even mentioning that because I'm out of coffee. It's actually cold now. I'm gonna get my last sip of cold coffee. Thank you though for the donation to the channel. Much appreciated. It's almost warm. I tell you what, I think I'm gonna pop the top up just to keep my phone from getting wet. Bear with me just a second. Almost got it. Almost got it. There we go. I got my top up now. Keep my camera or my phone dry because it's what I'm shooting off of here. So, where was I? Speaking of, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. If you're actually drinking that hot chocolate with marshmallows, you're just cruel. 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 Because it is chilly out here. It's not cold. It's just wet hands. You know, you get some wind. The good thing we got here, no wind. It's not windy today. You can see a little light chop, but it's not enough to really get you bad. So, oh, wait. That brings up. Boom. Clicker. We got 4. So, that's awesome. Here's why I think the fish are here. Let's talk that real quick. We've had a northeasterly wind for several days. I'm getting blown to the southwesterly bank. This may be one, it could be a windswept bite. We've got the wind blowing in a direction toward the bank, and it is windswept. That could be part of the reason I'm catching fish over here. That could be part of it. I started all the way back up in there, probably 1.75 miles away, and I marked fish. I've marked fish. Y'all that were here early in the broadcast saw we've marked fish the entire way. Another thing, I mean, here's the thing. We've all got ideas on this stuff, and we can say it's this, that, and the other, but these are just the things that are different. One, this is a wind-blown side. It could be that. Second thing is, I'm marking a lot less bait fish over here. The last half mile, I'll show you the screen here in a second. There's a lot less bait fish, so that could be part of it. What does Richard say? We'll make an even one. That's awesome, dude. Let's see. This one is from Melhorn. We'll have a recording of our fishing tournament one day. There you go. Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. It's making me tolerate this a lot better. And honestly, if it wasn't for you guys, I probably wouldn't have fished this long into this. And that's an interesting point, is that had it just been me and I not started this live stream, I would have probably stopped way back up there before I even got to that point, because the fishing was hideous in the earliest part of this. It's not crazy now, but like I said, 6 bites and 4 fish. You know, granted, we're not going to win a tournament with these fish, but I'm happy to be catching them. So it's fun in that aspect of it. And honestly, I thank y'all for that, because I wouldn't have stayed here this long. I would have packed up and went somewhere else. So this is kind of interesting in the whole persistence end of it, at least, as to what here. I'm coming back into an area, rolling off of this hump now. Looks like some stripers are showing up on the sonar. I'll show you this picture real quick. And yes, Mac Byram and I used to go back and forth. I gave Mac crap about it. Mac lives just right up here, and I gave him crap about it. Mac was right. There we go. Coming off of this hump, this little point, we're going back into a little deeper ditch here. And it's going to come back up into some shallow stuff when I'm on the bank. But yeah, that right there was probably some stripers or hybrids hanging around that point on the edge of it. That's what those lines are moving through there. And like I said, I'm not seeing anywhere near as much bait over here as I was back in there. Sorry about that. As I was back in there. So that's part of it. Somebody's asking about cameras. What I'm filming this on is just an iPhone, streaming on that. My cameras for the channel, the GoPros, I got Hero 7s, many generations old. It's got a little spring clip mount on it. It's the same one I got on the motor back there. And then I got the same thing here around my neck. It's on this dog collar. Keith from Fishing and Stuff turned me on to this thing. And it's a little less cumbersome than the chesty kind of thing. So there you go. Hey, bud, what neck GoPro mount is that you're using? David, good question. Like I said, Keith from Fishing and Stuff turned me on to it. I found it on Amazon. They're on there, I don't know, $14 or something. And they make 8 or 10 different ones of them. And it's just a dog collar, as I call it. It's like a little plastic thing that hangs around your neck. You do have to put the camera on, at least the one I've got, upside down. And then I just reverse it when I edit the footage of it. And it works good. It keeps it up here in a good POV area. And I don't have that big harness around. So I like it. It works pretty good. But GoPros are great for recording your outings and stuff out here fishing. So got here. Live stream today, being homesick. I'm living vicariously through the stream right now. Big Daddy Outdoors. Dude, that's awesome. Sorry you're sick, but glad you're not so sick that you can't sit up and watch TV. Somebody said earlier they were living vicariously through me out here fishing, and that's awesome. You know, it makes me feel blessed about what I'm able to do and to be out here, even if it's fishing on a rainy, cold day when only this idiot and a couple other striper guys that I've seen that are out here running up and down the lake are out here. You know, I'm blessed to do it, and I love doing it, and I'm glad you guys can at least get a little entertainment out of it, seeing me fish for an hour and a half without even a bite, and then finally finding some fish. And like I said, again, it could be a time of day too. We're getting into 12:30 now, and you know, or did I just hit some fish that were feeding? I don't know. There's a lot of variables that come into play. The thing in some of my tip videos for catching fish, you know, the time on the water is very, very important in catching fish. Even more important on catching big fish. You can always stumble out there and get lucky and catch one the first time out, but honestly, the more time you can put out here, you know, especially when fish get into a cycle, a pattern of feeding every so many hours. If you only got 2 hours to fish, you may be there at the perfect 2 hours. You may be there at the total horrible worst 2 hours. And the more time you can put into it, the better off you will be. You know, granted, there is a level of quality fishing that you need to do during that time period. But yeah, just being out there makes a heck of a difference in being able to catch fish, find fish, all that kind of stuff. My boards. There's a chance I've got one going on the outside planer board with the perch. I think I may. That board's pulled real far back. It's either pulling some line or there's a fish on it. May finally have one on some perch. You also get a behind the scenes of how I make a video. So here you go. That board is real far back, but that rod is not folded. I think it may be a smaller fish. It's a fish, I think. I think it's a fish. Let's see if I can keep it out of this other planer board. Come on, fishy poo. This one may get into the other planer. We may have a mess. Man, what a day. Miles and miles of dragging baits, and then, well, not miles. Well, it's 2 miles. It's a long way. It's a lot of water cover. I feel him. I feel some resistance. Resistance. I'll let this board go on out further. That way I can cast in between them. And rebait. Rebait! Rebait! You ain't getting no money back. See what we got here. I think he's liftable. Might have to net him. Big channel, big channel, big channel, big channel cat, big channel cat, big channel cat, big channel cat. Oh, that's a good channel cat. That's a good channel catfish. That is a pig of a channel catfish. That one warms my heart. Pet bait. Guys, for us, that's a big channel catfish right there. That's a nice one. Coming out of 63 feet of water. For us, that's a good channel catfish. Good color on it too. Nice fish. We don't get them like that much anymore. I take him. Tag alive. He gone. Going down good. If you're keeping count, we got one on cut bait. That was on that fillet. Takes a while for the line to get down 63 feet deep. Give that thing a second to settle up. Guys, I can't believe this. 5 fish. Let me tell you something. When this drift started 2 miles back there, well, I'll take it back. An hour and a half into this drift, if you'd have told me I was going to end up with 5 fish, I'd have told you it was crazy. Sometimes some persistence pays off. Some stupidity helps with that persistence. Let me get this thing out just a little bit further and knock it in gear. So is that, y'all help me out here, is that the only one on cut bait that we've caught? We had a pull down, but I think that's the only fish on cut bait that we've caught. Is that correct? Y'all give me a thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. If you've been in here the whole time to keep track of that. Let's see here. I'm curious if that's right. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So I know in my tracking all this stuff, usually it's around 65-70% of the fish come on chicken when I fish it side by side. So, and honestly, it's really, it's cool to do this on a live feed, because honestly, folks, I really have people that think I make this stuff up and have some underlying motive for, promoting chicken or something. Like I said, when you see me in here with Tyson on my, I've got a Tyson fishing jersey and I got Tyson wrapped on my boat. Okay, then you can be skeptical. But until then, I ain't got a dog in the fight on this as far as you buying chicken to use. It does work. And again, folks that are new to the channel, new to fishing for catfish, I think it comes down to some very scientific based stuff. And Bojangles, KFC, Fishing Impossible said KFC. KFC, Bojangles, listen, have your people contact me. We'll work out a deal here on the chicken. But no, I think it's a very scientific thing, to be perfectly honest. I think it comes down to the amino acids. Some people have mentioned that, and we've talked about it. And I think there's some of the similar amino acids that are in the mussels and that kind of stuff that these fish eat. These fish, the people yesterday on the guide trip kept some eater-sized fish. I had a handful of mussels from anything from that big to that big that the catfish pooped out and puked up in the tank yesterday. Said they eat them. Somebody asked what hooks I use. I've got on the chicken rigs, the smaller baits, 5/0 or 6/0 Hooker's Terminal Tackle circle hooks. I think they call them a backstabber. And then I've got a bigger 8/0 version for the bigger baits that I use. So I base hook size, as most of you should, on the size bait I'm putting out. I want to use a smaller hook as possible. All things being equal, I want the smallest hook I can get by with. And what I mean by that is I just don't want that big metal presence there. Now, bigger bait, you need a bigger hook. A 5/0 hook, my personal best, 71, 72 pounds, whatever the blue was, I caught on Santee Cooper, came on a hook that was that big right there. It was a 5/0 hook. And when it goes to the corner of the mouth, it's hooking it. So, but I was using small bait. That big fish came on a small bait. So yeah, they'll work. Somebody asked the biggest fish on chicken. We've had several in the 50s. I have not had a 60 yet. I've not had anything over 60. We had, I think when Jimmy and I were fishing on Santee that day, I think he caught a 40-pound flathead, and I caught, I want to say it was 52, 53-pound blue cat on chicken right at the same time. He caught his flathead on chicken. We were both using chicken that day. Caught a 40-some pound flathead. It's in a thumbnail a few months back with us holding the fish up. We had a kid on a guide trip catch a 47. We've had multiple 30-pound fish caught on it. But yeah, there's been a couple in the 50s and several in the 40s and lots in the 30s and then on down the line. So yeah, big fish will hit it. It depends, again, I think, on what the fish are feeding on. And there are, you know, again, I've got El Primo big baits out over here. I think it depends on what you're feeding on and where they're at. And that's going to be what dictates it for you guys, is where you're fishing and how you're fishing and the style of fishing you're doing. And it's not the same for everybody. And like I said earlier in this stream, it depends on where you're at and how you fish and what your abilities are and where you're at and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. And yeah, lakes are different. Conditions are different. So what's the record on that lake? Well, the previous state record, who's that? The Fishing Ninja. Came from, that was more, ninjas don't do that, do they? They got the things and dress in black. And anyway, the record on this lake is the previous North Carolina state record, not the previous. There was a previous state record blue cat that came from this lake, and I think it was 82, 83 pounds. Joel Lineberger, if I'm not mistaken, early 2000s, supposedly came out of this lake. There's controversy, as there is with many state and world record fish. At the time, that middle planer may be getting ready to go. At the time, that was an exceptionally large fish. This lake, there were not that many fish in the 30, 40, 50-pound range being caught. This fish followed a trip, I believe, to Santee Cooper that he was on, and he shows up with this fish. So, bottom line, it was the record. It was in the books, and then it was beaten by Eric Fincher, who caught the fish down on Baden Lake, and then that was eclipsed by Zach Royce with 2 back-to-back ones, and another young man, and now we're up to what Rocky Baker caught last year, 2 years ago, and we're up into the way we go from like a state record of, you know, 83 pounds, 84, somewhere in there, all the way up to 127 pounds in a 15-year period. So bigger fish are showing up in a lot of places. There may be one on that middle. I don't know. That's not looking like a fish unless it's a small fish pulling. But yeah, that's another one of Dieter's complicated answers to a simple question. The Colonel. The Colonel. We saved that for Kevin Custer. He's a fisherman that's been fishing out here since, you know, years ago when I was doing tournaments, and we always called him as Colonel Custer. But yeah, Kevin the Colonel Custer. So let's see here. Me, Lake Norman, and chicken, John Jones says, always a good combination. And yeah, it's a lake that's been proven. There's a lot of mussels in here, a lot of Asiatic clams. So I think that's why that bait works here and has always worked here. So I'm trying to see if there's some herky jerky in any of those. It kind of pulls them a little bit. Man, the wind has died completely. I'm gonna bump up the motor just a little bit to get these boards planing. I'm gonna come across the end of a point down here and see if we can look in the sun. Now, this has been fun, guys. This is, I think, my longest live stream, so I appreciate you tuning in, especially middle of the day. Let me ask y'all this, okay? We'll throw this out there. Everybody, oh, that is a fish. That ain't no question on that one. He got that one. He got all of that one. He giving it all he got. I hope he's still on there. Let me see her jacking my jaws talking about these things and getting the cameras adjusted. It should be that outside board if he stayed on there. I don't know. They both may be going. Let's go try this and see what's on here. That one acted like it was a fish. I'm just gonna check something here. I'll check this inside one. The outside one was the one I seen move. I don't know if there's a fish on this one or not. I'll see what I'm gonna do. Just for giggles, I'm getting it out of the way. There could be a fish. If there is, we're gonna end up with a double because I'm pretty sure there's one on the outside. That is not the way you take a planer board off, by the way. And bye, grannies. I'm either pulling the other line or there may be one on here. Oh yeah. He's an eater, but we'll take it. Unreal. Let's see what we got. Give me a nice eater size blue. I'm going with eater size blue. Oh, he's not even eater size. Oh. Oh. We're going downhill in size, folks. Woo, that's a little one. That's a Finorama right there. There we go. Got all my good bait. We'll take him. We're happy to have him. We don't discriminate just because of size. We'll catch him. Ooh, that had to hurt. Let's do this. I'm pretty sure there's one on this outside one. Boom. I don't know. That board's coming in awful easy. That board's coming in too easy. And again, there's a little bit of weight. We'll see. Nah, that feels empty. Feels empty and heartbroken. Yeah, nothing on this one. Even got my bait. Even got my bait. The bad news is, guys, I may be out of chicken. I did not show up with much chicken. I had some left from the guide trip yesterday. I planned on using big baits for big fish. I may be out. I may have what's on here. Let's see. We gotta check the cooler, see if there's any more left. Oh, looky, looky. Got one little piece left. This could be a monster. See how small these pieces are? This is why that $5 donation earlier to the bait fund can buy me a lot of fishing. Put that back over here. Oh, maybe we'll get. What's amazing about this trip is, guys, what started out, hold that thought, I'll get to you soon. Get my boards back out. We're going to continue this drift a little while longer. Little while. We're coming up onto a point here. We're kind of going to run out of lake, but there may be some fish on the point. We'll see if we can finish strong. That one go out. We'll go lock it in here in a second. yeah, it's been, I mean, that's fish number 6. And after the hideous start, I mean, we're up to probably, you know, a lower end of an average day fishing in the wintertime. So that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'll take it. Hang on, I'll answer some more questions. Save my bag. What kind of planer boards are those? Those are BCAT boards. BCATboards.com. Go check them out. I've been using them for a while. I got videos on them. I got a video on how to do planer boards, and I talk about them in there, and there's some links to them. For my style of fishing, the way I fish, they work great. So I love them, and they work good. But anyway, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's time of day. It's like the fish size is going down, though. We'll say that. We had a little bit better fish, but hey, happy to have them. I'm pulling up onto a point. This is, you know, I'm going to see what happens on here. We're back into some bait. I'm curious if this kills the bite again. Let me just show you that screen. But yeah, we're back into some of the bait. We lost all of this stuff back when I was catching this fish there. But we're coming up onto a long underwater point here. It comes up. We kind of caught several of the last couple fish through this deeper kind of ditch through here. Just old creek bottom where the creek comes in. But we're coming up onto a point there. It's going to kind of come up. You'll see rods be-bopping and pulling and stuff. And I'm not sure exactly how shallow that's going to get. But that's, yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see how we finish. Man, a lot of y'all came in here. Here's what I was gonna ask you earlier when we got bit. The live streams. I think most people watch these things at night because you're sitting at home doing nothing. Which do you prefer? Watching them at night, in the evening, when you're sitting around and you're tired of listening to your spouse tell you about their day and you're looking for an escape? Or do you like them in the morning, middle of the day? Give me your thoughts on that. I'm curious because I just, you know, most of the fishing stuff I do is during the day. So I really don't fish that much at night, especially not in the wintertime. And usually if I'm at night, I'm either on a guy trip or filming. So Donald's Trump's another day when I'm trading stock. Okay, there you go. Very good. Very good. By the way, what's the market doing today? I hadn't even looked to see what's up. I had a nice little jump up, and then things have kind of. Listen, if you are an options trader, now it's the time to make some money. The volatility is great. If you're doing any of the options trading, you're making money now because you got the ups and the downs to be making money on. So that's good. Well, hey, I don't fiddle in that. I put my money into either index funds or. I stay away from mutual funds. I don't trust the people who manage them. So yeah, usually some index trading stuff. But anyway, who wants to talk about stocks? Maybe you, but most people don't know what the heck we're talking about. But this is that wind-blown bank, the wind-blown side. I don't know if this is where the fish are. We're coming up on this 37 foot up onto this point. The sonar's gone blank now. All that stuff that we saw just a second ago, completely gone. That bait seems to be holding in some deeper water. That seems to be the magic combination of what's holding the bait. But you can see there, 35 feet of water coming up on this point. There ain't a lot. Now, ooh, what's that coming on? What's that? There's some kind of fish swimming around up here. This is a place, though, one of these little Humpty Dump kind of places. You never know what's going to be up here feeding. A lot of the points on this lake, Lake Norman, are rocky, stumpy, hilly. Translation, there can be flatheads up here. So, you know, that's one of the good things about this lake. The downside is you can break some rigs off too. So that's the downside to all of it. So we're going to pull this a little bit further and see if we can stick one more. I'm telling you, 6 fish. I'm stunned to have them after the start to the beginning of this. Greenwell, I don't know where you came in and where you left. We're up to 6 fish, no giants. It's pretty amazing considering the start. Not amazing in overall numbers and in overall days or size, but the fact that all of a sudden this side of the lake is good. There's fish. If you took the last 2 hours of fishing, you'd go, wow, that's a great day of catching. If you look at the first hour and a half, 2 hours, we were dragging, wondering if we were going to get bit, actually making jokes about how horrible a live stream it was because there was no fish being caught. It kind of makes you wonder. So anyway, I'll take them any way I can get them. And it's part of the fun of being out here. I'm surprised I mean, this is like, you know, God bless, rest his soul, Rush Limbaugh mode of like talking continuously for long periods of time. I've somehow been able to do it, but it's thanks to you guys. You guys have brought up some good questions and hopefully shared a few insights with some people here just on what's going on. So listening while working sure helps the time pass. I'll tell you, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and it's funny. I listen to what's it called? BTL Bass. Is it Bass Fishing Live or what was BTL Bass Talk Live? It's bass fishing. I don't bass fish, but I love listening to just the fishing thought, the industry thought, all that kind of stuff, and I think it's. I wish I had the time to put out a podcast like that. They do a great job with that. So yeah, it's interesting. So well, let's just scrolling through here. Do channel cats and flatheads react similar to front weather? Here's the thing. I've never been able to find a cause and effect, correlation, any of that stuff between fronts and fishing. And I know some people think, man, you're crazy. You need to be a better fisherman. And maybe so. But I've had such good luck and bad luck in every kind of situation, in every kind of front, and every kind of combination of weather that there is. And I don't know. That's a hang right there, by the way, if you're wondering. That's a hanging rod. It's hanging on the bottom. I'm all the way up into 17 feet of water. It's going to get hanging. You see it flew back loose. I've caught them. I used it as an excuse for catching them, and it's an excuse for not catching them. And quite honestly, most of the time I just go fish. It's like today. I don't know if today was the best day, worst day to go. Who knows? If I wouldn't have caught fish, I would have said it's the weather. If now I'm gonna blame it on, oh, it's a great day to fish. So, yeah, it's that's I don't know. I don't dwell on it too much. I fish when I can, and I tell all of y'all the same thing: fish when you can. God only gives you so many fishing trips, so opportunities to fish, take advantage of them and get out there. Somebody was asking about the mount. Here's what I use. It's a little clippy arm wood clamp type thing, and it's got this little spring clip on there that you can order them. I think it's called the Stage Ninja is who makes them, and then the phone just slides into it and holds it up there. It's great. You can put them on your desk, put them in a truck, any of that kind of stuff. I think Stage Ninja is the name of the company. So yeah, they work good. I've had this one forever. The handle's about rusted over. So what's been your best step for catching them today? 60 feet of water. I think most of our fish came in the 60-foot range. There goes a board. Is that a fish or is that a hang? That is a fish. Oh, I think that's a fish. Oh, that's a fish. That's a fish. That's a fish. That's a fish. That's a good fish. Make sure my camera's rolling. I like to end on a high note. Come on, camera. There we go. I don't know if any of y'all seen that planer board go back, but that's the kind of bite that you want to see. Now, I hope he stays buttoned. Oh. When it folds over a Hellcat rod, like a medium light trolling rod, it's a better fish. This is a better fish. Now here's what you don't want to do. When you get that line pulled back, let go of it. You got to keep that rod bent the whole time. Oh, that's a good fish, good fish, good fish. Sadly, I lost that camera. This camera is getting ready to die, so I'm going to lose it. So FYI, you're going to see nothing but me reeling after this. This is going to be the fish of the day if I get it in. That's a good pull. That drag's good. I'm going to give it a little bit. Oh, it's a better fish. A lot better fish. Quit shaking your head. Oh, I see bubbles. Oh, he's sucking line. Sucking line. Oh. Oh, come on, big guy. Come on, big guy. Where's he at on the sonar? 15 feet now. This is a good fish. Oh, come on, baby. Stay with me. Come on, Sally. Bam! He's in the butt. In the net. I got another rod going. Oh, he let off. I love it. Yeah, baby. Get a battery from my other camera. Hang on. This is the TV side of it. Yes, that was on a perch. That was on, I'm pretty sure, the perch fillet. The smaller of all the perch baits, believe it or not. Isn't that crazy? That one hit a perch head. There was a head on that one rod that went over for a second. This is where you get to see the behind the scenes of how to make a fishing video. Let me get this camera off. Boom. Boom. This one's dead. Put a battery in it. This is a heck of a way to finish a video right here. Hello, Alabama River Rat. I'm going to show you this fish in just a second. Dealing with some camera issues. Still here, guys. Still here, guys. All the way right up here on the bank. That's, well, I'm not totally on the bank, but I'm dadgum close to the bank. Man, and another bite. Was it that point? Was it that ledge? Why didn't I get bit when I first? Who knows? I caught a fish. I'm happy. I'm happy. Let me get something rigged up so I can get a picture. Okay. Behind the scenes of TV. All right, let's deal with this. Get this off of here so I can get my net weight. Scale. I'm gonna weigh it in the net. This is what I always do, just to get a good weight on it, so you don't have to lift it by the lip. Nice. $34 in the net. Take off 2. Y'all can do the math. Even in North Carolina, that's 32 pounds. That makes me smile. All right, fat boy. That's a hang. I'm going to grab me a glove. As a doctor told me one time on a boat, you cheating death every time you scrape your hand open on a fish's mouth. All right. I gotta get my one camera adjusted here so you can see the fish. There we go. All right, let's get this sucker up here and look at it. Come here, gal. Boy. There we go. Nice one. Nice fish. Take that all day long. All this way. And I finally get a good fish. Look at that. Slap the camera. Slap the camera. Heck yeah. What a fish. Guys, thank y'all for coming along on this journey today. Wow. Wow. Get a little video from my channel there of it. Yes, sir. We'll take that all day long, won't we? Love it. Get some slime on my mouth. Let's get it back alive. I put it back so y'all can go catch it. Thank you. Thank you to the fans in the back. Thank you for you folks on the front row. Man. A fat kid in a candy store or a cake shop. That's exactly what I am, Pontoon Jody. That's a, I don't know, listen. That's a blessing to catch it. Got slime on my mouth. Slime doesn't have a taste to it. You ever eat catfish slime? They don't really have much of a taste. Anyway, came all that way, a long way. Let's see how long that was. I gotta put a waypoint on here for that. I always put waypoints. And that fish was, it's hard to say exactly where those lines were. I was in 17 feet of water when I hooked the fish. those lines were probably coming up that hump there. And let me enter this waypoint. I always put waypoints on my teener or bigger fish. Yeah, was that from, you know, was he down deeper? Was he on the edge of it? Was he all the way on the top? It's hard to say. But all that way, I mean, we've dragged how far across here? I'm gonna see what the final, and y'all have been with me for a big chunk of it. I haven't even eaten my piece of sausages today. 1.86 mile drag. And it started out, for y'all that were there, hideous, horrible fishing. You're wondering, why am I watching this idiot dressed up like he's in the Arctic out here fishing, and he's complaining and everything else, not catching a fish. And then an hour and a half later, I catch one. And then you're like, okay, the guy's not a total idiot. He can at least catch a fish. And then they got smaller, and then we end up with that. I say all this to say sometimes persistence pays off. And, you know, some good luck don't hurt a thing. You know, there's some luck here. There's some persistence. There's some consistency. There's covering some water. There's being out here during varying times of the day. And like I said earlier, honestly, you guys are the ones, the reason I caught that fish, because I would not, like I said earlier, I would not have stayed out here fishing as long as I did, making this drip, if I wasn't talking to y'all. And that's the God's honest truth. I would have given up on this drag a long time ago. I would not have come to this spot and fished it. I can tell you that. So sometimes some, you know, persistence pays off. And you guys are fishing on the bank, you know, fishing in a boat, whatever your situation is, sometimes just waiting it out and fishing it and keeping with it is what produces fish. It's what worked on this one. So you can't plan it this way, but I'll take it. All of a sudden we go from a hideous day of fishing to a good, you know, an handful. Thank you, Lord. That was a good one. Put him back. Y'all can catch him. It's right here. That fish is right. Listen, you don't know where to catch that fish. He's right back there. I dropped him in the water. Right there. So that's all it takes. You just got to go stick it to him. So anyway, I'm going to quit with that one. I appreciate y'all tuning in. We will do this again. I promise you. I ain't promising that kind of luck again on a big fish, but we'll do it again. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you out on the water.